Вот видеокамера. Вот. Вот если ты поднимешь, вот тебя
Елена, говорить можете? Нет. Я вас не слышу, у вас выключен микрофон. У вас Mac или Windows? Кивните головой. Mac? Головой кивните, я не слышу вас. Mac, да? Windows. Нужно на значке приложения на рабочем столе, или где оно там лежит у вас, не в окне Zoom, а на значке приложения кликнуть правой кнопкой мышки, и появится контекстное меню. Прямо в нем будет опция «Выбор языка».
I would propose that for help, we can use the phone numbers of participants. Some of them are there, and then we will reach you all. Please write your phone number in the chat, and IT support will call you within a different channel. Maybe this will help.
Hi. Hello to everyone. Hi, Igor. Hello, Igor. Clara.
Ой, напомните, когда нам читать. Что это?
What is the situation now? I don't see.
We will start in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
One minute. We can begin.
Hello, everybody. Just a sound check. Can we hear ourselves? Yeah, Yelena, can you hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, well, dear friends, welcome to the WOSC 2020 online discussion. The digitalization combined with COVID-19 have modified the world on all levels. It has forced us to postpone the WOSC 2020 Congress to the year of 2021. But at the same time, it provided us the support of organizing an online global event in this form we are just witnessing. So let me share a few words on three aspects increasing in their importance. First, on the technology and methodology. Second, on the content. And third, on the people, which are the most important part. On technology and methodology, interaction we previously thought needs to be done in person are reinvented. By some definitions, cybernetics is the discipline of communication and control. In this sense, many cybernetic concepts can now not only be re-examined, but tested in real life and developed further on. In this perspective, we welcome you to participate in this experiment, where online tools are used to form a communication process where we are hoping to get closer to our requisitely holistic perspectives of the issues that are being addressed here. The major part of the experiment is focused in developing an area for a constructive discussion, combining heterogenic perspectives on a common understanding of an examined problem, which has always been highly problematic. We started by delivering video perspectives, which now we shall continue by opening issues by panelists, cross-examining them, invoking some pre-generated issues, so the picture is more or less complete. Then we will continue answering the posted questions and statements by the peers. That's you. And all this should lead to an open, although managed discussion by all participants. So let's see if this kind of experiment actually works. Now the process will be backed by two-level chatting, and this is a very clear instruction now, please. On peer-to-peer level, you can directly chat, comment your perspectives with another participant in the event. So what I would like you to do now is select somebody who you would like to communicate with within chat. So please don't discuss everything by sending everything to everybody, but select the person who you would like to have an internal dialogue with. And then after the inter-dialogue is finished, then speaking to everyone, basically chatting to everyone, I think can be done, but that will require an open intervention by the panelist and by the moderator. If possible, the communications should be focused in the anticipation of the impact of the receivers, and not only in putting your perspective on the table. So basically, when you post a question, try to think about what the outcome of the question might be. That's an interesting one. The second point is the content. The current developments has forced us in rethinking all aspects of our lives: organization, society, and coexistence. To address these issues, we have scheduled the program around 4 themes. The first theme, and that's basically the content of the first roundtable, is philosophical and methodological foundation for the development of the systems approach and system in cybernetics. The second one, and this is the roundtable 2, is the cybernetics of society, ecology, and governance. And this will conclude our first day. In the second day, we will start addressing the issues related to technology and humanity, co-developing a hybrid reality. And as the last one, transdisciplinarity of system sciences and cybernetics, developing areas of knowledge. In each roundtable, several co-coordinators are staging the discussion on a variety of topics, with the desire that discussion will lead us to the content that we can propose for the forthcoming WOSC 2021 Congress. So we are not doing that in vain. We are doing that to redefine, rethink the world's WOSC Congress that will be there for us, hopefully also in on-site form in Moscow next September. Now to the most important part, the people. We are the solution and the damnation of our existence in this world. In dire situation, the egocentric behavior helps survive us as individuals. On the other hand, the empathy and the environment-focused reasoning can help us survive as a society. Putting others in front of us is hard and takes redefinition of our Weltansicht. And you know where that comes from. But we must be aware that our behavior don't just leave consequences. We form the behavioral norms for the future generations and the generations of artificial intelligence, which coexistence is emerging in the hybrid reality. At this stage, we would like to thank to all of you, the participants, the video masters who have actually came out of their skin to prepare the videos, the panelists and the moderators, for your energy and your will that has put us into this event, and for your input that will help us deliver the results in the 2 days to come. I would like you to meet our task crew, who was so actively involved in designing the experience. Now, and will lead us to the success. I would like to introduce Jelena Trushkova, Elena Malakova, Paulina Fedotova, Anton Savelyev, and Francesco Caputo, who was, Francesco Caputo was already a driving force in WOSC 2017 in Rome. In the very end, I would like to salute the two mentors of the experiment, Professor Vladimir Lepsky from the Institute of Philosophy of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and to Professor Raúl Espejo, the WOSC president. At this time, I would like to surrender the words to Raúl and Vladimir if I have not already exceeded our time. So maybe a few moments for Raúl and Vladimir are in place. Yes. Raúl, do you have anything to comment? Yes, I will ask you to unmute. Raúl, are you there?
Right. Well, thank you very much, Igor, for the introduction. I think very few additional words. Simply, I want to thank all the people who have decided to spend their time this afternoon, evening around us in the conversations around WOSC 2020, which in fact, as we now know, is going to be WOSC 2021. So we have had an interesting process of collecting contributions to the online event. We have had about 30 or more videos that have been provided for us to share with you. And in addition to that, today we are going to have two of the roundtables, as Igor already mentioned, and that is what I believe is important to have as a platform to develop the initial activities of WOSC 2021. Important in these days when COVID-19 are making more apparent than ever that the digital world and the digital society are crucial for the future of mankind. So we are going to have time to debate and discuss that as we move ahead with the different parts of the roundtables. I would like to invite now Vladimir Nevsky to say a few words.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Igor, thank you for your introduction. We are a good team. See you in Moscow 2021 in September. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Vladimir. Now, since we are in time and this will not happen often today, I'm afraid, I would propose to start with the first session, which will be chaired by Professor Raul Espejo. So I am surrendering the world to Professor Raul Espejo.
Thank you, Igor. I think perhaps it would be useful to allow me to show my face in big. How do I do that?
I will.
I'm just trying to go to.
Helena has to shut off her screen share.
We need to get the screen share off. Yeah. Igor, who is in charge of the?
I think Elena is in charge of screen sharing.
Helena has to shut the screen
Yes,
share.
and Igor can stop it.
It's got a button at the bottom that says share screen. Hit it again.
I can't stop the screen share.
Yes.
No, only she can stop it.
Absolutely.
Okay. But I stopped.
Oh, thank you very much, Helena.
Okay.
You can see
That's
all
better.
ourselves here. Right. Well, I think I'm closer to real size. I'm delighted to introduce Roundtable 1, which, as we already know, is a philosophical and methodological foundations for the development of the systems approach and cybernetics. This roundtable had its origin in theme 1 of our program for WOSC 2020. In this table, we are going to have the opportunity to share views and understandings from 6 very distinguished contributors, starting by Michael Jackson of the United Kingdom, who is Emeritus Professor at the University of Hull and Editor-in-Chief of Systems Research and Behavioral Science, one of the important journals in systems thinking, and also is a Managing Director of Systems Research Limited. So after the presentation by Michael, we will have Vladimir Levsky, who, as we all know, is head of the Center of Interdisciplinary Research of Reflexive Processes and Control of the Institute of Philosophy, Russian Academy of Science. And after that, we will have Michael Lisak, who is president of the American Society for Cybernetics. And additionally, he has several chairs, but one that I want to mention is Professor of Design and Innovation at Tongji University in Shanghai. The 4th participant in this roundtable is Dmitry Novikov, who is the director of the Institute for Control Sciences of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He is very much a relevant participant and contributor to our WOSC meeting. He is the director of the institute that was going to host this year WOSC 2020, and we are programming to do the same next year. The 5th contributor to this panel is Stuart Ampleby, Professor Emeritus in the Department of Management of the George Washington University in Washington, United States. He is one of the past presidents of the American Society for Cybernetics. And finally, last but not least, is Klas Otto-Vene, Professor Emeritus of Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, Sweden. He has held very important positions regarding the energy system in Sweden, and he is one of those who had the chance to influence the processes of nuclear waste management in Sweden. So this is our list of participants, and certainly I'm delighted to have them here. What is that we are trying to do with this panel? We are trying to make a projection towards the future. Over the past 2 years, Vladimir Levsky and myself have been, and together with Igor Perko, we have been in active interaction towards the integration of ideas and processes in terms of the Institute of Philosophy of the Russian Academy of Sciences and WOSC. Vladimir has been a significant proponent of third-order cybernetics, and in my case, I have been working for many years, in fact, too many years, for about 50 years in organizational cybernetics. What we have found in all these interactions over these 2 years is that these 2 streams of knowledge are very much connected, and they can help each other in integrating something that we have been calling recently ontological cybernetics. So that is something that may emerge more clearly as we discuss in this panel. Our reflections have helped making more transparent key mechanisms for social responsibility. We are very much concerned with, in processes of self-developing, reflexive, active environments. And that is something that Vladimir has supported through his influence in philosophical ideas. So that is what we have been doing, and what this has given the platform for this for this panel, for this roundtable. We want to, hopefully, through the interactions and presentations of the members of this roundtable, to make some clarification of methodological and epistemological aspects. We want to discuss governance mechanisms. We want to discuss aspects of creating, regulating, and implementing social social processes. And with this, hopefully, to give direction to the program for WOSC 2021 next year. So, having said all of that, I would just proceed to give the word to the panels, to the members of the roundtable. And the first one that I want to introduce with his topic is Mike Jackson, with philosophical and methodological foundations for the development of the systems approach and cybernetics. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Val. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Raoul. And a most amazing thing is I managed to seem to have got this right. So I imagine you can see the slide and also me on the top right. So congratulations to myself. And I'm very happy to be here. I know quite a number of faces, and I hope to get to know the faces I don't know, if not very well today, at least next year in 2021. So let me proceed with my just 10 minutes introduction. I'm confessed I'm a systems thinker, and my knowledge is in that area more than in cybernetics. I have done some reading there as well. And one of the things that worries me in the systems community is the way the word system is flung around, almost like a magic wand. So if you shout it loud enough, it seems people believe that you can solve every issue, from climate change to COVID-19 to inequality to world poverty. But I think we know that things are much more difficult and complex than that, and that the word system, and indeed all of our terminology, means different things depending upon the context in which you're using it and the theoretical basis on which you're applying it. So the first part, this first slide, just demonstrates some shifts that have occurred in what you might call the three major areas of the systems sciences: systems thinking, cybernetics, and complexity theory. And I think there are, please, this is a very broad outline, so forgive the generalizations, but I think you can see commonality in these shifts. In systems thinking, we had hard systems approaches, such as systems analysis and systems engineering, with the emphasis very much on the objects that you were engineering. And then there was a shift during the 1970s to softer perspectives, the way that individuals and people saw the world. And then in the 1990s, a more critical approach to systems thinking came along, which I was involved in, which added the concept, thought it important to look at issues of power in social systems, but also wanted to look at the philosophical and theoretical underpinnings of the other kinds of systems approach, in all its forms. In cybernetics, there was the first order cybernetics of Wiener. Ashby is normally put in that category, but that's not quite right. We understand that as well as being about regulation and control of objects in the world. And that held power until von Forster and others introduced the concept of second order cybernetics with an emphasis upon the observer. And that was supported by the work of Maturana and Varela. This was a shift, I think, internally within cybernetics. But once the shift had occurred, then second order cyberneticians started looking to constructivism, von Glasersfeld, etc., to find a philosophy underpinning that kind of approach. Just as soft systems thinkers looked to people like Husserl and Weber for the shift they made. And then, forgive me, because I know so little about it, we're now hearing about a third order cybernetics, which Vladimir has led on, and which I've only read the paper by Stuart Umpleby, Medvedeva, and Vladimir. So my knowledge of this is not great, but this as well seems to be looking at the relationship between subjects and objects as a sort of more dialectical process, whereby the subject has a role in creating the object, and the object in turn will have a role in creating the subject. Those, I think, are quite similar shifts that have occurred in systems thinking and cybernetics. And you can find the same in complexity theory. Though the situation in complexity theory is much worse. Complexity theory is an incredibly promiscuous doctrine, and people of all modes of thinking, people who adhere to all kinds of different paradigms, seize upon complexity theory and seek to incorporate it within their thinking. But initially we had chaos theory and the study of complex adaptive systems as a kind of approach to understanding and gaining knowledge that remained very much within the epistemology of the natural sciences, looking for understanding and causal relationships that could explain systems behavior. But in the work of Stacey, with his complex interacting systems, much more interactionist approach, we get more emphasis upon the individual and how they react and interact with others. And in the work of Byrne and Callahan, we get a critical realist approach to complexity theory, which again is a sort of integrationist approach, looking at the relationships between subject and object as a dialectical relationship. So these are shifts that have occurred in the three main areas of the system sciences, and which I would say there are parallels in those shifts, not exactly, but significantly. And of course, these shifts in the system sciences have a relationship to trends that have occurred in philosophy and social theory. And I believe that we can only understand them, those shifts that have occurred, by looking closely at the philosophy and social theory which underpins the different types of systems thinking, cybernetics and complexity theory. So if I were to make, again, some wild generalizations and look at the underpinning philosophy which relates to those three types of systems thinking, cybernetics and complexity theory, I would say that the first of those is based upon objectivism, a kind of correspondence theory whereby the world is captured by the senses and we understand the nature of reality. Secondly, you get, of course, the birth of idealism with Kant is Copernican revolution, whereby it then becomes the human mind which brings structure to the world out there. And then you get with Hegel and Marx, again, a kind of dialectical relationship between the subject and the object, with Hegel in the realm of ideas, with Marx in much more materialist in the realm of society itself, turning Hegel on his head. In social theory, you get the positivism of Comte, the functionalism of Durkheim, opposed by a much more subjectivist hermeneutic position of Dilthey, which corresponds perhaps to, was drawn upon by soft systems thinkers and has relationships with the work of, for example, von Forster. And you get integrationists such as Giddens, Archer, Bhaskar, who are looking at how people create society and how society creates people. And since a significant part of the audience is Russian, and I'm pleased to say that much more of the work of Bogdanov is now being translated into English, and more books about Bogdanov are being written in English. I've had a stab at early Russian social theory, 1900 to 1920, and you can see the same debates going on with the materialism, objectivism of Lenin drawing upon Engels' anti-Düring, Mach, I know he was Austrian, but much influencing Russian social theory at that time, introducing a more idealistic idealism into the thinking. And Bogdanov, in a sense, again, having a more complex understanding of the relationship between subject and object in social systems. I won't go into that in any more detail. So what do I conclude from the fact that there have been these rather similar shifts in the three areas of systems sciences, and that we can relate them to these different categories within philosophy, social theory, and indeed early Russian social theory? Well, I conclude this, that systems thinking, cybernetics, and complexity theory do not themselves constitute a new paradigm. So we have to be quite careful when we wave our magic wand and expect people to bow down just because we're shouting the words systems loud, the word system loud enough. Much more modesty is required, I think, in terms of what we can offer. We can offer some extremely useful concepts. We can look for cross-disciplinary, transdisciplinary relationships. We can offer much more of an applied focus than exists in philosophy and social theory, but we cannot lose sight of the basis of what we're doing in philosophy and social theory and the relationships between what we're doing and philosophy and social theory. Otherwise, we start talking nonsense. The only thing we can do to make sense of what we're doing is to relate our concepts back to the world hypotheses, the philosophies and the social theories that make sense of them. Return them to their relevant world hypotheses, to which they do, as I say, contribute so much. So I'm not downplaying what we have to offer, but I am saying we can't just shout about it. We have to demonstrate what it is extra that we have to offer that decision makers don't think about themselves. That means that philosophical and sociological analysis is essential. It also means, I believe, that because of the nature of general complexity, which throws incomprehensible hyper-complexity at decision makers, we do need all the different approaches to cybernetics or systems thinking, or indeed complexity theory, at our disposal. I don't think third order cybernetics replaces second order or first order. I don't think critical systems thinking replaces soft or hard systems thinking. They're alternatives, partial truths, and we need all of them in seeking to get some kind of grip on general complexity. They all give, though, and this is our great strength, I think, in systems thinking and cybernetics, we have some wonderful methodologies and some wonderful models which we have created out of our thinking, which have incredibly important lessons for practice. And this is what we have far more than they have in philosophy or social science. And it's something to be proud of and something to build upon. And to finish, for those of you who don't know so much about critical systems thinking, Raoul, I think, claimed 50 years working on the viable system model. I'm happy to say I can't claim quite 50 years, but I can claim 40 years working on a second order endeavor to try and look at the philosophical and theoretical underpinnings of different systems approaches and what that says about their strengths and weaknesses, and how we might use them in combination, understanding that we'll never get a full grasp of the totality, but we have these partial useful approaches and some really good methodologies, models and methods, which we can use to address general complexity and play a significant part in dealing with many of the issues that society and the world faces. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Michael. This has been a wonderful introduction. And now I think we now pass to Vladimir Levski. Can you open the, very good. So again, we have to be more careful about time. Vladimir is going to start at 14:37 and 10 minutes is 14:47.
Igor, I would like my presentation. Oh, thank you. Full screen, please. Thank you. Dear colleagues, excuse me for my English. I want to introduce one of the key issues in thema 1 and section 1.1 and section 1.5. The problem of the foundation for formation of new paradigms of cybernetics. I believe that this issue will arouse great interest and many discussions. Next slide. Let's try to answer a simple question. What is cybernetics in the past and today? In the last century, the answer to this question was not very difficult. There was Wiener's classical cybernetics and von Förster's second order cybernetics. It is important to note that the new paradigm included the previous one. Next slide. At the beginning of the 21st century, it is very difficult to answer the question, what is cybernetics? Dozens of new paradigms in cybernetics are creating chaos. For example, I know of 5 variants of third order cybernetics proposed by different authors. 3 of them contain the development of certain aspects of second order cybernetics, linguistic and communicative, and do not go beyond the paradigm of second order cybernetics. One is pseudo-scientific in nature and was created to solve political problems based on the use of populist ideas. Next slide. Some cybernetics have forgotten the culture of scientific research of physicists and philosophers. As a result, we have a methodological crisis in cybernetics. The main reason for this crisis of cybernetics is the influence on postmodern ideas and little attention to the philosophy of science. Among the leading researchers of cybernetics, there are supporters of the great role of philosophy of science in the development of their discipline. For example, Stuart Ampleby, Matthias Millet, and others. But then there are also those who believe that, that cybernetics does not need philosophy. We plan to discuss these issues in section 1.1 and 1.5. I suggest to use Bohr's principle of correspondence as well as Thomas Kuhn's ideas of establishing new paradigm in science as the basic criteria for creating new paradigms of cybernetics. In addition to these criteria, we propose to use a correspondence criterion of the basic paradigms of cybernetics with the stage of development of scientific rationality. Next slide. Based on the generalization of the global experience of the philosophy of science, Russian philosopher Vyacheslav Stepin proposed 3 stages in the development of scientific rationality. There are classical, non-classical, and post-non-classical scientific rationality. Next slide. It is important to note that post-non-classical scientific rationality considers not only scientific values and goals, but also social ones. Next slide. In my publications, the connection between the basic paradigms of cybernetics and the stages of development of scientific rationality has been substantiated. This slide presents the philosophical, methodological, and theoretical levels. Next slide. This slide presents the methodical level. Next slide. I hope that this video will stimulate discussion of the most important problem for the development of cybernetics. Thank you for your attention. See you in 2021 in Moscow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. May I have, yes, thank you very much. I think Vladimir has made apparent that the notion of subject and meta-subject is crucial in order to understand social responsibility, which perhaps is one of the things that we want to pay attention to in our conversations and discussions in WOSC 2021. So thank you, Vladimir, for clarifying some of these ideas.
Excuse me, my English.
No, that's perfectly fine. I can. The next speaker is a participant in the roundtable is Michael Lisak, and his talk is going to be around uncertainty post COVID-19. He has been dealing with complexity, self-organization for a good deal of time. And I would like him to join us now presenting his ideas.
Can I share screen, Igor?
Yes, absolutely. I can do it for you, but you can do
No,
it.
no, that's fine. Okay. So I'm going to go straight into one topic and one topic only, which is uncertainty. And hang on, I did not mean for it to do that, but that's all right. Let's go. How do we go backwards? Okay. All right. So in dealing with uncertainty, if anything, what COVID has done to us, it has shown that things that we thought were solid, things that we thought we understood, might not be. In COVID, the things we understood in 1 week became very different the next week, and then still became different the week after that. Our understanding of what was a fact had to keep changing. Now, we live in an era where we think that the way to deal with this is AI, big data, the magic wand that Michael mentioned of systems. All of this will allow us to take things that are complex, messy, uncertain, and make them simple again. But it just doesn't work that way. We're looking for a magic cure, and magic cures are difficult. They just don't happen. AI is not a magic cure. I don't understand why my slides are doing this. AI is not a magic cure. Big data is not a magic cure. Waving around the notion of systems doesn't work. We need instead to remember that we're humans, and that as humans, we have some limitations. We are not this robot that can do whatever and has unlimited resources, unlimited data processing capabilities, and unlimited attention. Humans were only given the mental capacity to deal with 5 to 7 unrelated things at the same time. And because we can only deal with 5 to 7 things at the same time, and this is going to drive me crazy, then we have limitations. So what we do is we use language as shortcuts. We use models as shortcuts. We use what we declare to be a system as a shortcut. And shortcuts are great, but what I mean by the shortcut and what you mean by the shortcut could be very different. So we think we talk about the same thing when we use a word. We think we talk about the same thing when we use a label. We think we talk about the same thing when we say, it's a system. But systems are not all the same, and word meanings are not all the same. For example, hang on, I'm sorry, this is not going the way I want it to, but that's all right. Look at the man on the right. Is he smoking or is he jumping? Look at the pieces of pizza on the left. One of them is on a plate, and you react to it very differently than the one that's on a sewer cover. I'm perfectly happy to eat the one on the left. I need to be fairly desperate to eat the one on the right. It's the same piece of pizza. Context matters. An apple is a food. It is a fruit. It is in the family of apples. A particular apple may be a Granny Smith apple. When I bite in, however, what matters is none of those categories, but what matters is the worm that I found in the apple. The same object can trigger highly differing interpretations. Words don't have constant meanings. That worm dominated apple, fruit, food. None of that mattered once I saw the worm. So when I was flying out of Uzbekistan, the one and only time I was there was this lovely poster at the exit gate right before I got on the plane. I always wondered what it was they were trying to tell us. Why were they wishing us good luck as we were getting on an airplane? Did they know something I didn't? Maybe I shouldn't be getting on the plane at all. If you want to talk about introducing uncertainty, this poster certainly did it. Now, when we see things that are the same but different, you cannot overcome those differences by introducing more facts. The more facts that you introduce, the more we get people to dig into their sense of difference. Instead, we find ourselves in a chasm of misunderstanding, ambivalence, and doubt. What do? Well, we need to recognize that what's going on is a point of view issue. When we use words, when we use labels, they evoke emotions. They have what are referred to as entailments. The history of how each of us has heard or encountered that word matters. When we assert a label as an explanation for something, we're taking a shortcut and we're eliminating a narrative. When we talk about how something occurs or why it occurs, we include context. When we just use a word or a label, we leave it out. It is the leaving out of the context that causes the problem. If we want to escape from this chasm of misunderstanding, there's only one way out. We have to learn how to ask better questions. Better questions are the key to confronting and embracing uncertainty. So what are those questions? Do we know the limitations of what it is that we think we know? Are we looking at the right things in our environment? Are we sufficiently self-aware of our beliefs? Do we have the right words, models, or representations to express what it is that we are thinking about? These questions matter, and the more we can learn to ask them, the better we will do in dealing with the uncertainty and ambivalences that go on around us in our lives. These questions are what helps give us understanding. What I'd like you to do for a moment is think of the exercise as if we were a broken Polaroid camera from the 1970s and 80s. The camera takes an image, and then a few seconds or minutes later, it spits something out. But if it's a broken camera, the image is not true. It's fuzzy. It's ambivalent. We have to figure out what else is going on that we can't quite discern from the image. And we do that by asking questions. And we keep asking them until we settle into some understanding that at least works for us. And if you're doing this in communication with others, you can inquire as to what it is that allows them to develop an understanding. So what question is it that is the most important one that you should be asking? What is my key takeaway from this few brief moments? That question is asking what it is from context and background that gives any simplification that a person is using meaning. Without that, you are not going to understand. You're not going to have a way of knowing where they're coming from. And you're just going to be back into that exchange of A versus B, fighting with one another. It's not going to work. Uncertainty can only be conquered and only embraced when you ask questions and keep asking until you and the other person can exchange shared narratives about what's going on. And those narratives talk about context and background, what it is in each of them that gives whatever shortcut or simplification that you're using meaning. Thank you. Raul, I see you talking, but you're not unmuted.
Now you can hear me.
Yes.
No, what I wanted to mention simply is that the simplification that produces understanding and meaning in a way has to be connected with our capacity for action and affordances. So that's presumably something that you are going to operate with, because one of the things that is we are going to do in this roundtable is, after the 10 minutes by each of us, we will ask people to reflect upon the other's views and have something more to add to what is being proposed. So thank you, Michael. And the next speaker is Dmitry Novikov. Dmitry Novikov, as I already introduced him, is from the Institute of Control Systems in Russia. And in particular, I think he, in my view, is one of those who has been giving answers to the question of organizational theory. He is talking about Cybernetics 2.0, and that is what I hope he will help us to have a deeper understanding after his presentation. So, Dimitri, please come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sparrow. Dear colleagues and friends, I'm very glad to see you. And I'd like to say several words about the term organization, as it's the key term of our track in the future symposium of WOSC. Organization corresponds to the internal ordinariness and coherence of interaction between the elements of the system, of a system. Organization may be considered as a property of a system, which is organized or not organized, well organized or bad organized, as the process of appearing of this property in the system. And organization may be interpreted as an organizational system, with a set of people interacting with each other, achieving some joint goals. And let's look at these three interpretations of these terms in its connection with systems, control, cybernetics, and so on. The first one is a glance on the organization as a system, the problems of control in our organizational systems. And this branch of research is closely connected with operations research, game theory, mechanism design, etc. It's the most mathematical sphere, and there are a lot of unsolved problems there, but I guess that we may be sure that specialists in this sphere understand what they do and what they should do. A bit more complex is a glance on the organization as a process. The organization of activity is studied by methodology, as methodology may be interpreted as a science of researching the organization of any activity, general laws of organization of activity. And if we'll structure the control of these processes, you can see that control has such components as organization, the first one and the most significant one maybe. Then when we have solved the problems of organization, we can transfer to the stage of regulation and then to the stage of assessment or reflection about the results and turning to the new stage of the control life cycle period. And this design phase in the life cycle of complex activity, which is corresponding to the organization, is the most significant, and it determines the output of activity, the result of the activity. This sphere of research is not such a mathematical as operations research and game theory, which consider organization as a system. But nowadays, there is a set of models, algorithmic approach to the description of the organization as the process. But there are a lot of challenges in this area, and I hope that on the symposium we'll discuss these problems as well. These general laws of organizing activity are very general. If you look back on the history of mankind for the last 10,000 years of the mankind's history, you may be sure that nothing except technologies have not changed. Not the styles, forms of organization of activity, not the general laws of its organization, not the results of activity. You can obtain results much more faster with lower efforts nowadays than 10 or 100 or 1,000 years ago, but the set of the results is just the same, except the space exploration, maybe. And this idea is looks like it's very strange for the first glance, but I think that it's true, and we have to realize these general laws of organizing activity and its invariant features, which are invariant on all the history of mankind existence for the last several thousands of years. And the third view on the organization is the organization as a property of a system being organized. Today, Professor Jackson mentioned Russian scientist Alexander Bogdanov and his technology, the general science, the general organizational science. Bogdanov usually is considered in the set of the predecessors of cybernetics, and his ideas are still actual today. But it's a pity that for the last 100 years, since his appearance of his books, it was just 100 years ago, no radical progress was made in the organizational theory. And I suppose that cybernetics, maybe the version of cybernetics, cybernetics 2.0, will concentrate on the systems organization and their control. And we surely need creating a full-fledged organizational theory which will embrace all the aspects of organization as a property, as a process, and as a system. And I think that first it's a very perspective branch of future research, and I'm sure that our symposium will lead to some progress in this sphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Novikov. I think what I hear you saying is you are offering a new definition of cybernetics in the same way that Wiener was talking about control and communications in man and machine. You appear to be talking about organization and control in systems, which is a different, giving a different dimension to communications. So that's going to give us plenty of material to talk in the panel, in the round table. And thank you very much for your presentation. The next one is Stuart Ampleby. Now, Stuart Ampleby has made a very special contribution to this, especially thinking that this year Vladimir Lefebvre died. It was very appropriate to bring some of his ideas into the discussion of this roundtable, in particular to talk about ethical systems in the new situation in which we are operating today, particularly today. So, Stuart, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm ready. Can you show me the first slides of my set, Igor? Do I need to do something? There we go. Okay, next slide. Okay, so that's Vladimir Lefebvre at the time that I met him. Unfortunately, he died very recently, as Raul said. Next slide. Vladimir was a Russian mathematician who had worked in strategic studies in the USSR. I met him at a conference in the early 1980s in the United States. I had initiated a conference with Soviet scientists, and I invited him to join the project since he had written a book on differences between the United States and the Soviet Union. It was called Algebra of Conscience, a comparative analysis of Western and Soviet ethical systems. And his mathematical theory of ethical cognition is the only such mathematical theory in ethics that I know of. I discovered that Soviet scientists were extremely clever when it came to deductive mathematics. Lefebvre at the time was a professor at the University of California at Irvine. And we ran into some difficulties because of the influence of politics in science in the Soviet Union, but those were resolved. And in the process, I learned how Soviets negotiated, and I learned Lefebvre's theory. Next step. Next slide. Next slide. Lefebvre thinks in terms of the individual and reflection on an individual by the individual, and an individual's reflection on other people. Next slide. Well, they're not in order. Okay, so next slide. Yeah, okay. So within an individual, you have a conception of yourself, you have a conception of a partner or an opponent, and then you have doubt about your conception of yourself, your doubt about your conception of your opponent. For example, should I try to maximize my own welfare or the welfare of the group? Is my partner well motivated or self-seeking, etc.? These can be expressed in mathematical notations. It's a variation of Boolean algebra. Next slide. I think that the best way to illustrate the underlying ideas is by telling a story. Vladimir suggested this story of paper castles. So you have a paper castle, and you have a paper dragon and paper people. And a paper dragon approaches the castle. And the people in the castle don't know what to do with this dragon. It has a human face. So it looks like a monster, but it has a human face. So they don't know what to do. So they send out their hero, and the hero goes out, stretches out his arms, and it indicates that he doesn't have any weapons, that he's willing to negotiate and reach agreement. The dragon breathes fire, consumes the hero. The hero falls to the ground in ashes. So the dragon goes on to the next valley where there's another castle. The dragon approaches the castle. Once again, the people inside the castle don't know what to do. They've never seen anything like this before, a dragon with a human face. So they send out their hero. But this hero goes out with a sword and shield, ready to do battle with the dragon. Once again, the dragon breathes fire. The hero is consumed, falls to the ground in ashes. Now the question is, in which castle would you prefer to live? Does everybody understand the question? In the first castle, the hero tried to establish communication and negotiate. In the second castle, the hero assumed conflict and was ready to do battle. In which castle would you prefer to live? Now, I have told this story on many occasions in many countries, and I have found that it gives me a map of the world. The closer you are to California, the more people say they prefer to live in the first castle. The closer you were to Moscow, this was several years ago, the closer you are to the second, the higher the response to the second ethical system, the second castle. So there's an ethical geography. It's not of the world, or at least there was in the past. Things are changing. Next slide. Okay, so what is going on with these two ethical systems? There's the notion that if there is a conflict between means and ends, one should be concerned in the first ethical system. That is, a bad means should not be used to achieve a good end. This ethical system dominated in the West. If there was a conflict between means and ends, one should not be concerned, meaning a bad means can be used to achieve a good end. This ethical system was dominant in the former Soviet Union. Next slide. Now, to test these propositions, Vladimir did some empirical research. He wanted to interview people in the Soviet Union, but did not have access to them. So he used Soviet emigres, but Soviet emigres were not a representative sample. So he said, answer as would a typical Soviet citizen. And these are the answers he got. If you ask the question, a doctor should conceal from a patient that he has cancer in order to diminish his suffering, 8% of Americans say yes, 89% of Soviets said yes. If you ask, a doctor should not conceal from a patient that he has cancer in order to diminish his suffering, 80% of Americans say yes, 16% of Soviets said yes. If you take a malefactor, a criminal, and say that he can be punished more severely than the law requires, if this may serve as a deterrent for others, 11% of Americans say yes, 84% of Soviets say yes. The proposition, a malefactor cannot be punished more severely than the law requires. even if this may serve as a deterrent for others. 83% of Americans agree, 28% of Soviets. So you can see that there is a difference in how people answer. Just a moment, let me turn off my heater. Stopping the background noise. Okay, next slide. So this way of looking at the way people think can lead to definitions of sainthood, heroism, Philistinism, and a dissembler. For example, a saint in the first ethical system is willing to compromise and has low self-esteem. A hero is willing to compromise and has high self-esteem. A Philistine chooses to confront and has low self-esteem. A dissembler chooses to confront and has high self-esteem in the first ethical system. In the second ethical system, a saint is willing to confront and has low self-esteem. A hero is willing to confront and has high self-esteem. A Philistine chooses to compromise and has low self-esteem. And a dissembler chooses compromise and has high self-esteem. Now, if you look crosswise between these things, you see that the definition of a saint in the first ethical system, it corresponds to a Philistine in the second ethical system and vice versa. So in other words, if each side presents themselves as honorable, they are interpreted by the other side as dishonorable, just because of the way people interpret confrontation and conflict. Next slide. So in terms of specific personalities in the first ethical system.
Sorry, I think you have one more minute, please.
Okay, I'm almost done. A saint would be Jesus Christ. In the second ethical system, a saint would be Lenin. In the first ethical system, a hero would be Abraham Lincoln, who said, I'll defend to the death your, I disagree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. And then a Philistine would be Senator Joseph McCarthy, and a dissembler would be Richard Nixon. In the second ethical system, a hero would be Joseph Stalin. A Philistine would be Nikita Khrushchev, who compromised with Kennedy at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And a dissembler would be Leonid Brezhnev, who awarded himself many awards. Okay, so the uses of Lefebvre's theory. This theory was used at the highest levels. That's a quote from Lenin that establishes his sainthood in the second ethical system. We repudiate all morality that proceeds from supernatural ideas that are outside class conceptions. So next slide. Okay, this is, that's not where I am. Let me just conclude. I shortened the presentation.
It seems that I have the longer version.
Yeah. So each side presents itself as honorable and each side interprets the other side as dishonorable. That's where the trouble lies when you're using these two different systems. But by the time that the Soviet Union was about to break up, this theory was known on both sides in the United States and the Soviet Union, and it was used at the highest levels on both sides so that people would not misunderstand one another when it came to the Soviet Union breaking up. So, and the theory was not used at the time of the breakup in Yugoslavia. And as one example, I was a Fulbright scholar in Sarajevo. In 2004, I presented a number of theories of organizational behavior, including Lefebvre's. I asked them which was most interesting. They said Lefebvre's theory. And I asked why, and they said because it explains why the war in Yugoslavia happened and why they still haven't resolved their conflicts. So the theory is applicable not just to the United States and the former Soviet Union, but it is applicable to places like the Middle East and so forth. So this particular conception of understanding, I think, is very important and has been successful in the past. I'll end there.
Very much. Thank you very much, Stuart. And certainly there is plenty to discuss around what you have proposed. And now I think in order to give sufficient time to our last speaker in this roundtable, I want to bring to us Claso Tovene. His talk is about operationally closed systems develop eigenvalues, eigenbehaviors. And I think it is a very, very impressive idea of the works or use of the works of von Förster, Maturana, and Varela. So please, Claso, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. As I am an experimental nuclear physicist from the beginning, I of course have to subscribe to Bohr's correspondence principle. And that means that I find it very useful to return to the situation as it was 40 years ago in the when we had Heinz von Förster and Francisco Varela among us, and investigate what that means. There is a video available with more details on my story, so I will just summarize my arguments using the iron slide. Hello. Good. So the this quotation or the proposal from Förster and Varela has actually fascinated me since my first contact with cybernetics some 40 years ago. It is enigmatic because it promises to resolve
Professor Venn. Yes. Maybe it would help if you.
Hello.
Hello, Professor Venne.
Yes.
Maybe it would help if you turn off your video because the quality of the transmission may be not too good.
Okay, I did. And so we just have my microphone now.
No, we can hear you.
Good. Then it is, as I said, enigmatic because it promises to resolve the paradox of circular causality and self-reflection. And self-reflection in the meaning that the I or the system observing itself to learn about the world as the I or the system has found it. In my perspective, the first Varela proposition brings into the realm of cybernetics concepts and methods.
I'm afraid we have issues with the link with Professor.
Successful branches. You don't have a link on.
Professor Venne?
Yes.
I'm afraid that it's somehow we have really issues with the quality of the sound. It's breaking, so I think it's not on your computer, but it's on the network bandwidth. Maybe we can try again, and I will stop you.
Yes.
If it's not good. Okay.
Let's see if I keep away from the screen a little bit more, maybe it helps.
Okay, let's try.
Am I coming through now?
You can start.
As an example, you have the non-equilibrium thermodynamics that
That
helps with.
Now, as we told, this is an experiment, and sometimes in experiment things go terribly wrong. Professor Vene, is it okay for you if Professor Raúl Espejo or me try to read through the text that is on the site to bring it on, and then maybe you just provide some additional comments?
Are you hearing the proposal?
You mean even if I stick like this?
Or maybe we can do something else. Maybe we can go through the reflections and ask Professor Vene to restart his computer in the meantime, and then join us to the reflections and maybe add.
Okay. Even if I sit like this and talk? Yes. Yes, okay.
Glasotto, do you think you can improve the transmission, or shall we proceed with the round table?
Let me try to change, as we say in the military, my place for the station. Let's see if I get a stronger signal out here.
Okay.
Is that a stronger signal here?
Oh, we can hear you now.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, so it is. I'm pretty close to the router here. So first, let's then return to the crossover from successful branches of science. So you have the non-equilibrium thermodynamics, which help you to understand the relation between the system and its environment. And you have quantum theory, and for avoiding too long explanations, I just write operator formalism. And it may be some interest for you to compare with, for instance, the presentation of Andrei Krennikov. We are approaching the use of quantum theory for social systems from two different perspectives. And that may be a fruitful start for discussion between us. So what does this do when I take this crossover from science? Well, for the learning curves, it just makes a transformation from something that looks like useful but limited correlations into a descriptor of fundamental properties of human systems of interaction acting in a competitive environment. And to arrive there, I use some concepts from second order cybernetics, the idea of non-trivial machines and double closure. And if someone is interested to look into what double closure makes, he could go to my video and look at Alf Chapman building ships for the Swedish Navy from 1782 to 85. And there you have a very nice and interesting learning curve. And the point is actually that this type of double closure and the effects of double closure may be hidden in our streamlined society, but Chapman really portrayed sometimes as a first naval architect. He shows how the situation was in the beginning of the industrialization. From thermodynamics, you take the steady non-equilibrium state, that was explored by Lars Onsager and Ilya Prigozhin. I think Prigozhin is no foreign to cybernetics. And that gives us the mathematical relations. And from quantum theory, you take spinor formalism and you end up and can deduce eigenvalues and learning rates for these learning curves. And they fit very well to the observed learning rates. The interesting thing is that this transformation from, let's say, from just being a useful correlation that you have to act very careful with, into actually descriptors of fundamental properties of human systems of interaction, has some large consequences for energy policy, especially if you look at the roles of public R&D, research and development, versus public deployment. This is a controversy between, let's say, more active people wanting to actively pursue energy technology policy versus the mainstream neoclassical economists who actually only acknowledge the public R&D as something like the government or the state should do, while intervening with deployment on the market is an absolutely no-go from the point of view of mainstream economics. With this transformation of the learning curve, you have got a tool for designing and monitoring government deployment programs. And a very interesting example of how this can look like is the successful deployment of photovoltaic systems over the last 4 decades. They actually have, so to speak, brought down the cost of PV modules from about $70 per watt in the 1970s to less than $1 per watt today. And that is, I would argue, the sole consequence of government deployment programs, starting in Japan, continuing in US, in Germany, and on a large scale in China. So what the learning curve then does is actually challenging a very fundamental, part of the neoclassical curriculum, I would say, namely the second fundamental theorem of welfare economics. What it says through the learning curve is that the constraints on deployment policies imposed by the second fundamental theorem is not applicable. And finally, I continue in the video to apply the ideas of eigenbehavior to the concept of nation state. And you could say that the nation state develops eigenbehavior. The concentration of welfare, including security, of course, included in welfare, would be an example of the eigenbehavior of the nation state. The reaction to COVID-19 is, I would say, a typical example of the eigenbehavior of nation states. So what happens is that a nation state and its eigenbehavior leads to what we call the Westphalian dilemma. That is, you have to pose the question whether the nation state can transcend its borders and together form a viable system for their relations. Or the alternative is the hierarchical solution, of course, with empires taking care of the relation between nation states, according to the proverbial empires shoot at people, but they stop people from shooting at each other. The alternative would be if the European Union experiment really succeeds in the long term. And in this case, you could say that I would like to refer to the papers and the videos of Raúl Espejo on multi-level complexity demonstrated by COVID-19, and Germán Bula on the relation between nation states and meta and superstructures. Thank you.
Claes Otto, thank you very much. I must say that your move improved very, very much the communication. So we received your message in a good shape at this end. I think that it is quite interesting to make the connection between operational closure, viable systems, and the ideas of administration and state nations. So now that we have finished the 6 presenters, we are now going to go into some kind of conversation and give life to the round table. In this occasion, you have the participants in the round table. Please make your questions either by asking to talk to the group, or alternatively to send in the chat of Zoom to send a question to a particular member of the round table. So we have at this point about 10 minutes to discuss questions that have emerged. I can see in the chat that we have a very significant number of ideas and questions. So the members of the roundtable may wish to go and see the ones that are particularly related to them, to each of them. Otherwise, I think we also have questions that we can put in front of you in order to give your own views about the different discussions that have been proposed.
Maybe just for the case of the experiment, which we are trying to conduct in this 10 minutes, can the panelists also interact? Because right now they have told their perspectives, their stories. Can they please reflect on each other's? And they can choose 1 or 2 and try to have the opportunity to reflect to each other's presentations. So that, let's see if we can develop some kind of not just explaining the story, but reflect on each other's. And it's because we are limited.
We have the 6 members of the panel around. Stuart, Claes Otto, Dimitri. Is Michael and Vladimir, are they around? And the 2 Michaels.
Yep,
Right.
I'm here, Raoul.
Right. Do you have a particular question to put after you have heard all these?
I can comment very briefly on the other presentations, as Igor mentioned, if that's what you would wish me to do.
Yes.
Vladimir's well, since I borrowed his first, second, and third order cybernetics, where I think there may be a debate there is whether one third order cybernetics incorporates second and first order cybernetics, or whether they are in fact themselves different paradigms which can't be made commensurable. My view is that they're all useful and none of them incorporates any other. And if you think about how you'd address the COVID pandemic, I suspect you'd need all three of those cybernetic paradigms to do so. Michael's Lissak's talk kindly provided, I think, some background to what I wanted to say, which is that context matters. We can't learn without understanding the context. And I don't think we can throw around terminology like systems and cybernetics without going back to the world hypotheses to which they belong. I think the concept of system is very different in hard systems to soft systems to critical systems, and we have to understand the philosophical and theoretical backgrounds to understand how they are different in that way. Dmitry, I'm glad that he commented on the Bogdanov point. It is really interesting that there is so much interest in his work now. Again, he had three models of organization: system, process, and property as structure, the Bogdanov type one. I think we actually need to embrace all of them to get three partial views of the organization, and there are others as well. Stuart, I'm going to have to think about that. And with Klaus Otto Wiener, I think there's potentially a debate around the degree to which you can take concepts from the natural sciences and apply them to the social domain. My own view is that they're useful as metaphors, but you get into trouble if you try and make direct comparisons. You're back in the realm of general system theory, which has not actually been all that successful in coming up with notions which are useful in the social domain.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else wants to?
Well, Raoul, I want to pick up on something Michael just said.
Yes.
Because when we make use of metaphors, frequently we forget that there's two parts to every metaphor and analogy. There's the part that we say is similar, but by definition, the other parts we are saying are distinct and different. And if you only pay attention to the similarities and you ignore the differences, you are throwing away perhaps the very context that gives these things meaning. So if you're going to use it as a metaphor, you have to remember that you need to pay attention to both the similarities and the differences.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to give a comment now? Yes, Stuart.
You can unmute Stuart, no problem.
Yeah, with regard to the two ethical systems, they're very useful in understanding how things have evolved over time. So that the Soviet Union is very different from Russia. Russia is going through a lot of changes, and that needs to be kept in mind when one uses these two ethical systems.
Right.
But the method that Lefevre created, a sort of variation of Boolean algebra, is extremely innovative, and I don't know of nothing comparable in the study of ethics. So it's a really interesting contribution to mathematical simulations of ethical systems.
Stuart, would you be able to connect these ideas of Lefebvre to the agreement that Israel and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain achieved in the last 2 days. Can you see can you reflect upon that?
That's a very good question. I don't have anything very specific to say about it, but I think that studying Lefevre's work would certainly give people new ideas and new approaches on how to reach agreement in the Middle East. Exactly what the new ideas and approaches would be, I can't say, but it's an additional starting point for understanding conflict.
Right. Is Clasotto, is he? Do you want to make a comment? Clasotto? And Dimitri? I think we have.
I just want to say that I think the ongoing discussion between the application of concepts and ideas from the natural science to the social systems is a very interesting one. Please note here that what we are talking about is the use of mathematical formalism applied to social systems.
Can you add something about the connection between operational closure and energy policy?
Well, it goes through, for me, it goes through the learning curves, yes.
Yes.
Or rather, I would say that there are two alternatives to an operationally closed systems. One I would call the neoclassical economist one, which is dominating today, and the other one would be then going through the learning curve and joint ventures on the market.
How do you know whether a system has operational closure?
Sorry?
How do you know whether a social system has operational closure?
Well, you have, I'm using the definitions that Francisco Varela has in his book on from 1979. And if you apply these definitions, I think you will arrive at that those systems that you have been learning systems you have been studying are operationally closed.
That is conceptually, but empirically, how do you recognize operational closure?
Well, you have to go in and study the organizational system of the learning system. And one way of doing it would be to set up matrices and see how far, as long as you are all the operations that you have noticed and the cross references between different operations are really within the demands or the domain of the learning system, it's operationally closed. That is what I would call the operational definition of operational closure.
Operational closure. Right. Any comments?
I've got to interrupt for a second. Except those observations are being made by an observer who has a context and has a background and has a set of entailments. And what you see as being restricted to within the domain, I might see as drawing on something outside the domain. And unless you can do this multiple times such that it settles into an eigenform that is operationally closed, you may have some observations that it's open and some that it's closed. And then you, as the agent, are picking the closed one and saying that it's closed.
I agree. So you have to, as you pointed out in your own talk, you have to look very much on the context. But the interesting thing is, if you look at the output, so to speak, from this theory, it fits very well to all observational points. So it is. So you have if you want it, you have a circular causality here between all the arguments. But the point is that coming out of this bigger circular causality is something that fits to the observations, measurements.
Okay, and I'm gonna, again, just for the sake of
There is, you see, that's the background of a physicist. I would always argue in that way. I have a theory. Does it fit?
Except, unfortunately, so does astrology.
No, because you in that case you really cannot find a causal chain. So that is, I agree with you. I mean, you have to have a causal change. If you don't have it, then you are doing astrology.
Perhaps one point that I would like, I think methodologically, the idea of context needs to be made more precise. So it is perfectly possible that you work out context not as an open-ended statement, but something that relates to a methodology that allows you to discuss whether the system has capacity to close its loops with that context.
But Raoul, what is the system and what is not the system is also context dependent.
And that is also methodology dependent. And that is one of the issues that I would love to see that we operate and we work with, so that both system and context are related to context and the way we organize or we understand, so that your diagram, where you see a very neat and clear spaghetti on one side, and on the other you see a very chaotic situation. This is something that perhaps we can help to clarify in the communications and conversations among the participants, and therefore make it all the uncertainty that you are bringing into that more manageable, and we may have the capacity to handle the relationship context system in a much more creative and positive way, as proposed by Clasotto.
Yes, and you have the saying, please, professor, help me to find the system boundaries.
I think Michael Jackson is an expert in that.
Okay.
Where is Michael?
Maybe we can take like 10 minutes pause. Raoul, and
I think so. What the proposal now is that we have a pause of 10 minutes, and we come back to answer questions opened by not only the panel members, but by people from the rest of the participants and from outside, so that we can have an open debate. So please, it's 5 to 4 at this stage. And
yes.
I suggest that we come back at 5 minutes past 4 to start the open debate with the participants inside and outside the online event. Thank you.
Perfect. And I'll just share something which might be interesting. Let's see if that actually works. Mhm. Am I sharing?
Yes, it is.
Do we also have the sound? Somehow it should be there.
It takes some time to get the sound, so
Yes.
until it hits the one.
Maybe I should. It's always. I can hear the sound. Can you hear the sound?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, 10 minutes to go to have a comfort stop, and we need it at 5 minutes past 2.
Remember all about the cybernetic model of the viable system, because this model deeply underlies the story I want to tell you now. We shan't see the model again, so let's take a quick rehearsal of it. Here were the parts of the organization, which I called Systems 1, and you remember about their cybernetic interaction with the outside world. Those systems will go into oscillation, we said, unless there is a System 2, which is this, intended precisely to damp that oscillation. Then we have our first corporate management level, the total organization management.
We're having a break.
With
We're
the
coming
inside
back
of the system,
in about
right
10
here
minutes.
and now. And in contrast to that, System 4, dealing with the future. And
It's exhausting. Well, at 11:30, roundtable 2 starts.
Perceived as mainly being about monitoring the homeostat that connects 3 and 4.
It's a long break in a sense.
Now, the story that I want to tell you began in 1971, in the middle of the year. I had been going around using this model that I have explained to you in big companies, in agencies, in all sorts of places. And then I suddenly got a letter which very much changed my life. It was from the technical general manager of the State Planning Board of Chile. Remember, 1971, President Allende was in office. He remarked in this letter that he had studied all my works, he had collected a team of scientists together, and would I please come and take it over? I could hardly believe it, as you can imagine. But this was to start me on a journey which made me travel 8,000 miles over and over and over again. I was commuting between London and Santiago for 2 years. While that model of the viable system's in your mind, let me tell you what happened when I first explained it to President Allende himself. Allende was a doctor, a medical doctor, as you may know. And therefore, it was very easy to explain the model to him in terms of neurocybernetics as the way of controlling the body. And then I went into the business of controlling the state. And so I said to him, let us suppose that these elements of the state are the big departments of state, like the foreign affairs and the economy and home affairs, so on. And then we'll have those, and the following things will happen, and then we must have a System 2, and I built it up on a piece of paper lying on the table between us. Then a System 3 and a System 4, and I got that far. And then I got to System 5, and I drew a big histrionic breath, and I said, I was going to say, this compañero presidente is you. Before I could say it, he suddenly smiled very broadly, and he said, System 5, at last, the people. That was a pretty powerful thing to happen. It had a very big influence on me. I can't go into that aspect. the political aspect in this program. It's not what it's about. But I'm sure you'll bear in mind that I don't have to go and work in places where I don't want to be. What happened when I got to Chile and took over this team? Let us look at a little diagram to show how I set about things. Politics, yes indeed. Politics is the essence of this. Although I've said I'm not going to discuss the politics, obviously essential. Cybernetics essential, that's what I'd gone to do. And somehow we had to make a political and cybernetic analysis and bring it together. Now you'll see that I have written there recursive model, and not just model of the viable system, although that's what it was. And I want to explain what this idea of recursion is all about. If there is such a thing as a valid cybernetic model of a viable system, then you will expect it to operate wherever you have a viable system. One of the things you notice as you look around is that every viable system has parts, that's the systems one, which are themselves viable. And that same viable system, with those viable parts, is itself part of another viable system. This is what the idea of recursion says. Now, recursion is a mathematical word, and technically I use it in a mathematical sense. But the explanation I have just given is quite enough for our purposes, that inside every viable system we shall find another. So you see, I set out to model Chile in terms of its society, of which the parts are easily identifiable in big chunks, as I said, foreign affairs, for instance, internal affairs, for instance, and then recursively to model each of those chunks and so on down. We analyzed both society and the economy. Now, that's a bit lopsided, but that's how it was, because, after all, the government is about controlling society. But Chile, at that time, was very much about the control of the economy, and that's why the economy got such emphasis. And what I'm going to be talking about today is primarily about the economy. At the moment, I'm giving you the picture. Let's look at the next slide. The recursive model, how do we apply it? Just look at that mess on the screen. Under society, first of all, I designed those S principles there. There were 5 of them, roughly relating to the 5 levels of the viable system, where I tried to express in human terms what the cybernetic understanding of society is about, with a view to propagating this knowledge among the people through booklets, through songs, through posters, as you see it written there. That was a lot of fun. I got into very close friendship with a number of the leading Chilean singers, guitarists, songwriters, and I even wrote songs myself about cybernetics, would you believe? And that's how we tried to get that side of things going. We wanted to use radio, as you see. We wanted to use slogans, because the Chileans were very aware of the role that these had played in the Cuban government. And then I come over to the right-hand side, and you see that word cyber synergy under the heading economy. Well, this is the project I'm discussing now.
How are you?
This was the project to use the viable system model in order to create a synergy, that is, a drawing together and explosion of a potential throughout the economy. This had been, by this point, very largely nationalized, as you probably remember. We had at least 200 of the major firms accounting for more than 60% of the whole national economy under the control of this organization I mentioned, the state killing organization. And so we wanted to use these media to promote our project of cyber synergy, to use film, to use television, to use VTR. We never got that far, although we had plans well advanced. And then to close the loop, you see that word algedonic meters. I don't think that I had time in the last program to tell you about algedonics. Algedonics means pleasure and pain. And really, the intention of that loop at the bottom of the diagram was entirely to indicate that we had to get a response from the people to everything we were doing, and we made some very profound plans to achieve that. Again, not part of this story and not completed. 2 years I'm talking about, and I think you'll find that we did quite a lot in 2 years.
Obviously, there was systems aspects to it. We were missing some vital parts and logistical means to deal with the pandemic, staffing some of the equipment necessary. We didn't have the track and trace processes in place. There are issues of how centralized the system was, and how would it have been better if it had been decentralized to deal with the way the pandemic took hold and evolved. And of course, issues of inequality as well, as certain groups hit much harder than others by the pandemic. But there's also all the cognitive aspects, the way people reacted to the pandemic. The scientists basing their work on epidemiological models, government reacting to those models and putting policies in place, reacting of course as well to the political situation in which they found themselves. The public reacting to the government and
What is that? Okay. Okay.
Well, right. Perhaps if I could have the full screen.
Okay.
The screen is with you now. Right, excellent. So we are back and have a few minutes to continue the conversation. It would be useful if Mike, who was making some statements around when I was away, could you summarize what were your statements, Mike?
Sorry, Val. Which statements were those? I'm not quite.
Was I wrong?
Well, that was his,
That was the video.
That gave me as much of a fright as you, Raoul. That was my video. I thought it was a doppelganger. Just suddenly appeared.
Yeah.
I was extremely frightened.
Michael, you have a doppelganger. I have corresponded with the doppelganger on Facebook when I've been trying to reach you. So just be aware. And he is named Michael Jackson as well.
Yes, indeed. I have got a favorite question from the participants that I'd quite like to address, Raoul, if that's possible.
Absolutely, your hands.
It's one from, and I think it's important for all of us. It's one from Anton Savelyev, who says, what philosophical concepts should or can combine cybernetics and a systems approach? So he's talking about the relationship between cybernetics and systems thinking. And I don't want to address the question directly, but I want to say that it's extremely significant that question, and we should address it because there's a hell of a lot that systems thinkers have got to learn from cyberneticians, and a lot that cyberneticians have got to learn from systems thinking. Let me just provide two examples there. In systems thinking, there's been work around how to organize complex organizations for quite some time, and particularly in the tradition of socio-technical systems thinking, and there's been talk about autonomous work groups and all the rest of it. But we've not produced in systems thinking anything as sophisticated as the viable system model, for example. And therefore, the viable system model is crucial to anybody who's in systems thinking and who wants to talk and write and think and operate in that area. If I wanted to give a reverse example, second order cybernetics has not produced anything like a methodology for putting its principles into effect. Stuart Umpleby has looked at this one and came up with action research as an appropriate kind of methodology for second order cybernetics. I've only ever found one application of second order cybernetics in the journals where it's used in practice as a specific approach based upon a practice based upon second order cybernetics. Now there, of course, in systems thinking, there's a long tradition of soft systems thinking, particularly Peter Checkland's work and the development of action research in that area, which links extremely closely to the concerns of second order cyberneticians, but which has not really been taken on board by the cybernetics community. So my plea is that if we want to be influential, significant in the system sciences, that we try to get rid of these divisions and look at what is strong in each of our traditions and take advantage of those in promoting the systems approach, socio-cybernetic approach generally. Just the point I'd like to make.
Thank you very much, Mike. Does anyone in the panel want to comment on that? We have 5 minutes to close this roundtable. So please.
Or maybe, since we just had a break, right?
So
we can eat some of the break which was planned between the sections, if you all agree.
Let's get an answer to the views of Michael among the members of the roundtable. Yes, I think Stuart.
Yes, I agree with what Mike said. That was a very good point about implications of second order cybernetics and as a method and so forth. I would point to the philosophy of science. Carl Mueller once said that standard classical social science research is kind of an imitation of physical science research, where you do look for correlations between variables and use statistics and so forth. But action research, where you're leading people through conversations, is really quite different. And then the question is, if you want to shift at least part of social science research to something closer to action research, where you're actually working with clients and so forth, you need to have a different conception of the philosophy of science. And I think that's where second order cybernetics is helpful, that it expands our notion of the philosophy of science by focusing more attention on the observer and cognition and coordination among observers and so forth. So I just point to that realm of connection.
Okay. Does anybody else want to say something there? Vladimir, do you have a comment about?
Maybe at this time we can also open comments from the public.
Yeah, but
right?
let me go with Vladimir, whether he wants to say something or not at this point.
Thank you. No.
You don't want, yes. Right, in that case, I think the floor is open for outside questions. Igor, where do we have these outside questions?
Sorry, colleague. May I ask you questions. All our speakers. May I ask you, Igor?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. I'm very glad to see you again. Thank you for Vadim Lulevsky and his comment who is possibility this meeting. But I have some maybe children's question. What is a system? What is it? I think that in our section about philosophy and methodology foundation of system and cybernetic, it's very important for us. Ask for this question.
Thank you very much. So very, very important question. What is a system? I think Michael Isaac, you don't believe that there are systems. Michael Isaac.
Yes, you are correct.
I'm not. I'm Michael.
Oh, Michael Isaac. Good.
So Michael Isaac says that there are no systems. And can you comment on that?
Sure. They are the notion of a system is a construct that a human creates in observing things and decides through the act of human agency that X elements are part of a system, then observes a pattern among the elements that the human agent chose to say were part of the system, and then makes use of that shortcut in whatever narrative is convenient to whatever it is they're trying to do. The system has an as-if status. And that would be my reply back also to Michael Jackson. The philosophy of Hans Wahinger is critically important here. We assert things as if they were real, and we make use of those as-if constructions in order to get things done. But just because we said something was as if it was real does not mean it is real. Systems are very useful as ifs. That does not mean that they have any particular real reality.
Right. Let me, I will bring you Michael Jackson into this, but I want to make a comment there. In essence, if we follow the idea of operational closure that was proposed by Klaus Otto in the conversation, initial conversation, what is the outcome of a network of relationships that produce or interactions that produce a closure? Is that a system or is not a system?
May I?
That question goes also to Klaus Otto if he wants to comment on that.
May I join?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I defined years ago system as a mental picture of the object from a selected viewpoint. Mathematically,
that is, I think, what soft systems people will normally think about. But what I'm
this method mathematically is made, as you have just said, of elements and their interactions. But then you have to add the content on your own choice for the system to have a meaning.
Okay. Michael Jackson, do you want to comment on both?
Yeah, I'm more agnostic than Michael Lisak. But going back to Michael Mockey's original question, a system does mean different things to different people. Within the different traditions of systems thinking, they use the concept differently. Sometimes to refer to something in the world, sometimes as a mental construct. I happen to think that there's value in both of those, and in the people who have developed both of those aspects of it. However, I do think that there's a limit to the number of useful ways in which we can use the word system. And that's defined by those, if you like, world hypotheses that have proved useful to the human beings. This is going back to the video I did. There are certain world hypotheses which have acted as experiential gestalts that have guided human beings in making their way and understanding the physical world and making their way in the social and cultural world. If you go to Pepper's work, he would say there are 4 of those which are mutually exclusive. And you can look at the way that the word system is used in each of those 4 world hypotheses, the 4 root metaphors. And there's your limit if you believe in that kind of thinking, and I've tried hard to compare other types of thinking to it. That's your limit to the useful ways in which you can use the word system. So it's not as though the word has ultimate meanings, but if you take it back to the world hypotheses in which it proved useful, there is a limit to the number of ways in which it can be employed helpfully to the human species.
Michael Mocky, did you ask the question? Has it answered your concern, or do you want to say something more?
Yes, I know that no one different about term system. We have some 40 difference, but we must to make only one different, only one different system, and it's very philosophical problem. And if we solve this problem, we can to solve methodological principle of such system and system thinking and in other system. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear you.
Very good. Now I can read here. I can read from Louis Kaufman.
Can I?
Yes, please, Claes Otto, come in.
Can I come in?
Yes, please.
No, there are systems and systems. Can you hear me now?
Sado, you've got to go back to where you were. We cannot hear you.
Okay. I do that. I work out change of system, change of context. Can you hear me? Change of system. I want to say that there are systems and systems. The living cell seems to be a system. Whether the virus of COVID-19 is a system is obviously debated. So you have the natural systems, and they really seem to define the concept of systems. But then you have the conceptual systems, and there I seem to agree with Michael.
Right.
Well, in vocabulary, there are 17 groups of the content of the term system.
Right.
So we always have clearly.
Matthias, I think you have a clear proposition there. Perhaps if we could add one extra contribution here. Louis Kaufman says it is important to understand that any system is a construct and that it is constructed from some basic distinctions and conventions of interaction with environment. To understand the system, one has to investigate this, I don't know that word, this scheme of relationships that construct the system. Think of Maturana, Uribe, Varela model of autopoiesis. The system can arise on its own accord within the eye of an observer. The system is not just our construct, and yet it is our construct. So it's a paradoxical position. Where is Kaufman? Can you add? Yes, please. Let's pass to Kaufman.
Yes. I don't regard it as a paradoxical position. I regard it as a multiple view position. One understands that in taking a point of view, one gets a construct, but one has to understand that one is taking a point of view.
Right. However, the question for you, Luis, if the network of interactions produces something that is different to the individual elements, does it produce a system that is independent of the viewpoint?
Well, Bob Massey
Well,
used to say,
yeah, that's a good question. And the question is, how do you get to some way of looking at a system that's independent of the viewpoint that you have? In some mathematical situations, you can see how you do that because there are many well-defined viewpoints. In a real situation, you have many different observers, and they compare their ways of thinking about it, and they may find that they can have a single language construct, a single way of describing, or a collection of translations that allow them to see a larger whole. But it always goes on as that kind of conversational process.
Right. So,
Bob Massey used to say, what do you mean what it means? It means what I mean it to mean.
yes.
And Wittgenstein says the meaning is the use.
Yes. So, you want to say something more, Matthias?
Well, I always required everyone who said use the word system to explain what does the person mean and which is the person's viewpoint in, let's say, in approaching a horse, a house, an elephant, and so on, those are classic jokes. You always need to define the selected viewpoint. And then you can define what system means.
Very good. So for the panel members, any further comments?
Oh, may I intervene?
Yes.
Well, we are extremely over-optimistic when we thought that maybe answers might be answered within the time frame we have set. And first of all, I'm extremely happy that the discussion developed. It developed on site, within Zoom chat, also within YouTube chat. Many questions were set. And what I would propose, because the time came to wrap it up, that we will look at the questions and answer them appropriately within the channel. So basically within the Zoom channel and within the YouTube channel, everybody who posted questions, thank you for that. And yes, the questions will be answered.
I think we have to be careful. We certainly will have to filter the questions and ask
of course
a few of those. But the clear point now is that we have had a conversation around the basic foundations, philosophical and methodological foundations of
Философско-методологическое основание.
and it would be useful to go back to them after in the other three roundtables. Igor, have we run out completely of time?
We have 1 minute.
1 minute.
If we totally delete the pause.
I want to offer that final minute to one of our members of the roundtable. Well, it has been somehow made clear that no more comments, but I'm sure that we all have many different views about the points we were raising today. And I think it was quite extraordinary to see the complementarity of a position like that of Klaus Otto with operational closure, and that of Michael Lisacke, which was very much open-ended, and there are no systems. So we have a variety of views about systems, and I wouldn't dare to think that we could go through this argument in any complete fashion now. And I have to thank to all the members of the round table, and look forward to seeing you again in person in some not too distant future. So thank you very much, and we close.
Okay. Thank you, Raul. Thank you, dear panelists. I think it was an experience, and as we planned, and this was the plan. It's far the questions were not answered, but basically open, and that's basically the task for the WOSC 2021 to try to somehow close them, even though I don't believe that might happen. So
there's no permanent closing of questions.
Oh, as long as we're alive.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
What does it happen now, Igor?
Well, the time has come for the second roundtable. The second roundtable is run by, let me help myself a little bit with
Elena Leonard.
With Alena Leonard and Tatiana Medvedova.
Tatiana.
And I do think that Elena Leonard and Tatiana Medvedova are among us.
They were.
They were, but they didn't leave. So they still are here. I just need to...
Can we invite them?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They can invite themselves quite easily. So I'm inviting Professor Elena Leonard, who is here, and Professor Tatiana. I saw Tatiana a minute ago, but now I can't. Is this even possible?
But I'm here.
Where are you? Oh, Tatiana, hello.
Hello.
You just need to speak up, and then you
Yes.
Then you come to the screen.
Can we see Elena in the screen? I haven't seen her.
She should.
Yeah.
Elena. Where is Elena?
I'm here.
Where? Ah, perfect. Hello. The structure of the second roundtable is relatively similar to the first one. Hopefully, we have learned some things from the first roundtable. You know, everything needs to be explained, and it takes some time. So we were too optimistic with the time, and hopefully we'll work out better in the second roundtable. And yes, I would ask to set the floor for Elena and Tatiana.
Could I mention one point, Igor? The order of the roundtable too has been changed, and Sean Turnbull is second.
Yes.
Is Sean there?
It looks like not.
He was here, but right now I can't see him.
Well, okay, let's start with Ray and see what
Thank
happens.
you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Well, in the interest of time, I'm going to make this very short. This is an extremely broad topic because it has an impact on how each of us is living and interacting with our changing environments, and also of how we might come together and solve some of the problems that have been, unfortunately highlighted in the COVID and the extreme weather events that we're having. I'd like to pass it over to Tatiana if she'd like to add anything.
I just wanted to say that we have 7 presentations, but if we lost Shan, it means 6 presentations. Yes. So Ray Eisen, Bernard Scott, Georgy Malinetsky, I did not see him. Georgi is here.
I could not reach Georgi Marinetsky today. So
I think it was here.
So great.
but
He was here. I
he's
saw
here,
him,
but under
yes.
different name.
Yes.
Nicola Mitin.
Yes.
Is it possible to rename?
Can you rename you, please? Georgi.
I will rename him.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay, we have this presentation, yes?
Yes, of course. Marinetsky is me.
Okay, great. And German Bula.
Yes, German Bula is here.
And Matthias Müller, I see Boris Slavin also. So we have 6 presentations, yes? So,
yeah, oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that first in this list is Ray Eisen, Professor of Systems at the Open University, and we can start with his presentation.
Yeah, I'd just like to say a word about the order. Is that the plan was, because Ray and Sean were in Australia, that they would go first. Ray will go first. We will look for Sean. If we cannot find him, we'll proceed to the next person, who is Gregory. Who is Bernard Scott.
Yeah.
And then on to Gregory. And whenever Sean, if he comes back, then we will insert him as the next speaker. So Ray, the floor is yours. And I will hold up a 2-minute sign when we get to 8 minutes.
Good, thank you. If Igor could put my slides up, that would be good. Greetings, everyone. I speak to you from Melbourne in Australia, on the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I acknowledge their elders past and present. This is a talk based on and built around a book recently published by myself and Ed Straw called The Governance in a Climate Emergency and the Hidden Power of Systems Thinking. My talk was videoed, so I invite people who haven't considered what I'm going to say now to go back and look at that video, which is quite different than what I'm going to say now. So I want to move on to the next slide, please, and talk about this particular theme, which is called the Cybernetics of Society, Ecology and Governance. And I want to pose a question to you as an audience and say, what framings are you using when you read or use the title of this theme? So picking up perhaps on something Michael Lissack said, how are you choosing to understand or imagining these terms and concepts? So if we could go on, please, next slide. We are in a particularly unique historical moment in that we have facing another pandemic, which is the product potentially of the breakdown between Homo sapiens and the biosphere which we inhabit. Or alternatively, if you believe other explanations, it's a product of a technology which we humans have invented and allowed to escape from labs in Wuhan. We also live with the prospect of recession, and yet we frame recession as a social construct, as an economic phenomenon, yet it has biological underpinnings about what it is to be social, and it depends on ultimately again on relationship with the biophysical world. And beyond this is an even bigger issue, and that is of human-induced climate change. We as a species are changing the conditions of life on Earth and are therefore changing the dynamics of what it is going to be human and how we will live in future. And this is a period thus new to human history. And as we would argue in our book, this raises questions about whether everything that we have invented thus far in terms of social systems, institutions, and organizations are still fit for purpose in this new situation. Next slide, please. I want to start with the cybernetics of ecology. Ecology really puts front and center the biophysical world and the relational dynamics and feedback processes that happen in what some people refer to as the natural world. But we, of course, are a product of the natural world, so we are an integral part of an ecology. So the world we inhabit today is an ecology driven by humans and perturbed and manipulated by the omnipotence of human beings. And I use this slide to argue that we are at the great turning point, or the great intersection of the 21st century. And we humans have to decide fairly quickly what it is that we're going to do in continuing to lay down the paths of our living. Next slide, please. If one understands the cybernetics of humans in the biosphere and wants to abstract ourselves out as we do when we live in language, we begin to think of ourselves as a social system, as a particularly, which makes sense given that we're a social species of ape. And we have to argue then what is the nature of our relationship with the rest of the biosphere. And this is particularly important if we want to get on and move on to the concepts of governance, which I will in a minute. Now, this is one way to think about the relationship of humans to the biosphere, choosing to see us as structurally coupled to the biosphere, involved in a co-evolutionary dynamic, and as a species or as a social system mediated by the technologies and the human institutions we've invented. So one can think of the human practice of walking. Walking is the relational dynamic between a body, a human body, and a medium such as the floor or a pathway, mediated by shoes that we choose to wear. So this is a relational dynamic that unfolds over time and has particular qualities that we affect in what it is that we do. The trajectories we're on don't look very promising, and we have to think about whether we can intervene to move the trajectories of our current co-evolutionary dynamics. Next slide, please. Then there comes the cybernetics of what it means to be social. Well, I follow Maturana and argue that it makes sense, being a social species of apes, to think of being social as when the other arises as a legitimate other in our relations. And these images show what it is to be a mammal, a young mammal, in particular relational dynamics. We are born into relationship, and yet we live in a world that tries to undermine and constrain appreciation of these relational dynamics. And no doubt many people are suffering in the pandemic at the moment because the connectivity that we humans strive for has been broken down, and our relationships are undergoing some fundamental changes. Next slide, please. So, and this comes back to the question about system that you were discussing in the previous section. It seems to me that if you adopt a cybernetic position, and particularly a second order cybernetic position, then it follows that all observations require an observer. Everything said is said by someone. We live in language. All knowing is doing. All being and doing is relational. All observers, practitioners have a history, a tradition of understanding out of which we think and act. And all human communication is essentially a dance of meaning construction. And importantly, and perhaps most importantly of all, we can never escape our situated and embodied being and doing. Everything we say and do is situated and embodied. And we deny these understandings about ourselves in all that we do at our peril. Next slide, please. So that brings us to governing. Well, in our book, we deal with 4 metaphors of governing. One is the classic cybernetic metaphor, which refers to Cybernetics and that of steering as sailing. And it involves classic feedback dynamics between the biophysical world, the social world, and is mediated by technology such as a boat. And yet many of our governance systems fail to deal with this metaphor adequately. Next slide, please. Thanks. In our book, we argue that our governance systems, understood as the relationship between civil society, the private sector, the judiciary or law, and the state, is systemically failing just about everywhere in the globe, and that we need to invent new governance systems by situating at the center of our concerns the biosphere, not an environment as an externality, to take responsibility for the technosphere, those trillions of tons of stuff we humans have deposited on the face of the earth. And we need to have a massive reinvention of social purpose, institutions to decide social purpose, because the states we've invented are no longer sufficient or adequate to negotiate social purpose. If you can flick that on and go to the next slide, please, go through the different. We can use systems ideas. Here's a classic sort of SSM style human activity system model, a conceptual model to build or to institutionalize via a constitution, a process of inquiry into social purpose, supported by institutions to deal with the biosphere and the technosphere, based on various ways of enacting that. Next slide, please. So a contention I'd like to leave with you, and a question is, we have to engage in new choreographies of purpose, new institutions which can choreograph new ways of acting together. And I could share with you one from Australia, the National Cabinet operating in pandemic, and how one has shifted from what I've called in my talk a system-determined problem to a problem-determined systems, as discussed in systemic family therapy. Next slide, please. An example of new institutional arrangements are those that are able to enact Ashby's law of requisite variety. In a climate change world of the Anthropocene, we are going to have variety at the right level to be able to manage the variety that will come our way. And one of the ways to do this is to have localized self-organizing governance systems. And the example I've given you here is one from Australia that has happened in the last months, where the centralized command and control model of virus tracking didn't work, and local people took responsibility and self-organized. Next slide, please. So our contention is in the book is that we have to take advantage of the ways of thinking and acting that cybernetics and systems offers to us if we are to alter our systems of governance, and to address the issues that we face on our planetary home. I'm going to probably stop there, given that I'm out of time, and welcome your questions, and encourage you to have a look at our book published by Routledge, and which is dealt with in the video that I prepared for this meeting. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organisers for the invitation to talk.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ray. Do
Maybe
we
just-
see Sean Turnbull?
Just an information, obviously Sean Turnbull is looking from outside. He somehow could not really connect. So we will try to connect him, and maybe we can instead go with the next one, and hopefully we'll bring Sean in.
The next on the list is Bernard Scott. I see that he is here. Right, good.
Yes, Bernard is here. And my slides are up. I will begin.
Yes.
There you are.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to Ray for a lovely opening talk. Originally for WOSC 2020, I was going to do a presentation about cultural transitions and transformations, but that seemed to get lost. And I've ended up in this batch alongside worthy experts like Ray. I've put together a few thoughts on these topics. Next slide, please. Over the years, I formulated what I call Scott's Laws, Observation and Action, 5 of them. This is with respect to taking a systems perspective, if you like, or being a cybernetician. Same thing in this context. There is always a bigger picture. There is always another level of detail. There's always another perspective. There is always error. There's always the unexpected. And these are sanitary warnings for people who think they know what they're talking about and know what's going to happen, because we don't. We live in a very, very uncertain world. So, next slide, please. With respect to systems, we had this discussion earlier. I heard various people saying things. Basically, I went along with Lou Kaufman on this. We are organizationally closed systems, autopoietic systems. As such, we become informed of our environments by interacting with them, and we become informed. We construct models, construct, whatever you like. We construct our knowledge. And as von Förster puts it, the environment contains no information, it is as it is. So we're the ones who decide what systems we're going to be interested in. We distinguish the systems. And if we're interested in controlling or managing a particular system, we need to have requisite variety. We need to be measuring an appropriate number of variables, otherwise the system disappears out of view. And the other law, which my judgment mind quoting, is the law of requisite holism. It says you don't have to measure every variable, you just have to make sure you're measuring enough variables to sense that you've captured the system. At this point, I'll make a very important distinction between systems which are, in a sense, static or just there defined, and systems which are self-organizing or autopoietic. Because the latter kind of system, the self-organized system, is one which will continually expand or change its behaviors to expand beyond our reference frame. We have to continually update our understanding of the system, our reference frame. And many, many years ago, Gordon Pass says, this is like interacting with social self-organized systems. It's like having a conversation. It's the beginning of a conversation where you do something, the system does something, you do something, so on. And Pass goes on to generalize that to a whole theory of conversations between self-organizing systems, of which you and I are examples. The other salutary warning there is that we are parts that would know the whole. This puts limits on what can be known and what can be done. I like Bertrand Russell, he says, if we knew the why of the world, we'd know the mind of God. If we knew the how of the world, we would know God as prime mover. We don't know those things at all, beyond understanding. And we're faced with what von Förster calls undecidable questions. Questions about what happened before the Big Bang. Do we have souls? Is there life after death? Many undecidable questions. which we take responsibility for answering. We choose our own answers. So the challenge here is to be holistic in a global sense. I mean, that's a huge problem. We've all accepted that everyone's got their own perspective. So how can we achieve this? Well, what we can do is share the intent. We share the intent to be holistic in our concerns. We don't become locked down in one particular silo. We keep our minds open what's there. A very recent example for me, very poignant. I made a list a few years ago, all the things I was concerned about on the planet. And the pandemic completely blindsided me. You know, the fact that a pandemic might come along wasn't on my list. So I could attend to being holistic, but I wasn't being. I also know with respect to being holistic, it's from the same Old English roots as the words hail, healthy, holy. There's something sacred about being a part of this world. That's the right attitude, I would say. I don't particularly like words like sacred, spiritual, and so on, but there's a sense in which to be holistic, we need to be holy in our world, in our lives. Next slide, please. Thank you. And just a brief mention of what I sometimes refer to as first or observed systems, and these are the systems, first order systems I call them, in this case of the natural world. And as Ray quite rightly mentioned, we're talking about the biosphere, and the separate ecologies for all the different organisms make up an incredible complexity, unmeasurable complexity of systems. These are from Barry Commoner, 1972. I'm hearing someone's voice. Barry Commoner from 1972. 4 laws of ecology. Everything is connected to everything else. Sorry. Second one I've missed. I've typed it twice. Second one is everything has to go somewhere. There's no way to throw it. There's no way where to throw anything to. Nature knows best with respect to recycling, for example. And there's no such a thing as a free lunch. You can't just take something from this world and not have to pay back in some way. Next slide. I just want to mention, now we move to what I call these second order systems, the psychosocial, the social. I noticed at the top there, society, culture, social system. I've been looking at the various concepts and usages there, and then they're not distinct. We are a collective of humankind, and it's up to the individual participants in a particular social system or cultural society to construe themselves as such. I consider myself to be a member of the human species. And there, you can't see the slide on that one. It's some data about the state of governance, democracy by country in the world. And it distinguishes 4 levels. One is completely totalitarian regimes. The second level is levels where there is corruption and abuse of power. The third level, which includes the United States on this particular graph, are ones where there are generally forms of democracy like voting, but there's lack of justice, social justice throughout the society. And finally, the fourth level is a full democracy. And there we've got a few examples from Europe and other parts of English speaking, but roughly, well, less than 10% of the world's countries or populations, I can't remember the extent, less than 10% are living in full democracies. So you know, our societies, our social society, are in absolute dire straits. And how on earth, being like that, are we going to deal with all the challenges that face humankind? Challenge. Next question. Sorry, next slide. Thank you. I'm inclined to be a bit pessimistic, but a way forward I see is that we need people around the world to be part of the emerging global conversation. At the moment, 41% of the global population are not connected. It actually might sound good that we've got, almost 60% connected, but it means that there's an enormous number of people who are not connected to the internet. And well, there are also huge swathes of the planet where there's very little kind of connectivity. So that's another challenge with respect to doing anything coordinated with respect to global problems. Next slide, thank you. I should have mentioned that with respect to social systems, they're incredibly complex. A three-person group consists of 3 conversations where each person speaks to themselves, private conversation. There are 3 separate pairs of conversations going on, and then there's the group of 3. That's just 3 people. By the time you got to 10 people, it's non-computable. You cannot compute all the perspectives, meta-perspectives, viewpoints that are going on in a group. We are incredibly complex social beings. So the answer, I refer to cybernetic enlightenment. We need education, but we need the right kind of education. And we need an understanding of the human condition, that we are in fact one species. Just not so long ago, a middle-class woman here in England told me that black and white people are different species. And she sounded educated, she looked educated, she was certainly quite comfortably off, but she was pitifully ignorant. We are one species, we are organizationally closed systems. We construct our realities and we should be, as a consequence, responsible for our constructions. We are, however, socially constructed selves. We are dependent on everybody else for being a human being. Okay? And to some extent, we've got reflective awareness. We can reason. And then we may come to understand there are limits on what may be known, the undecidable questions. Reason dawned on me quite clearly that being a human being, the human condition is not something that is well defined. Culture is open-ended, and we have the opportunity amidst all horrors to learn more, to understand better what it is to be human, and to create ourselves better, to become better persons. And this is around the planet. And there's so many movements who are trying to work for the good. We can try to get some synergy across at least those parts of the population, but I fear it's going to be, there's going to be quite a few more horrors to come before we see any way out. Thank you. End of presentation.
Thank you, Bernard. Igor, have we got Sean back yet?
Yes, we have.
Hello, can you hear
Sean?
Shan talking?
Yeah.
Yes, good. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Elena. I don't wish to show my PowerPoints again. I hope that everybody got my email message commenting on all the other people's PowerPoints. And so I'd rather invite questions on my PowerPoints rather than repeat what they're already there. And did everybody get the message I sent earlier today, which had links to my American Society of Cybernetic PowerPoints and my global webinar on radical change for corporate governance? Did you get those today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So the only message I want to say is that I believe that system scientists, maybe they're not members of the WOSC, but there are system scientists who have the ability to save the world from climate change. I'm quite confident in that. And I see that the awesome challenge for system scientists is to capture that knowledge and teach the social scientists how to reorganize society to manage complexity reliably and comprehensively. There doesn't seem to be confidence amongst the speakers, the speakers here, that this is possible. But I think that's because they're missing some of the researchers, like Eleanor Ostrom. Nobody's mentioned her. And this leads me to a question I would like to have asked Dimitri in the first session. He talked about a general theory of organizations. It's not clear to me that his definition of an organization meets the test of Eleanor Ostrom, where she's a political scientist, and she talks about polycentric compound republics. So there are many organizations competing with each other and providing checks and balances on each other. So I don't know if Dimitri's about, but I'd like him to respond to explain to me his definition of an organization. Does it take into account nested networks of quite independent, politically independent organizations like you find in the Mondragon worker cooperatives, like you find in Visa International? Visa International is one corporation, but it has hundreds of different decision-making centers. It has network governance, it distributes decision-making, and it to simplify the complexity of the business. And I'm not too sure that Dimitri's definition of organizations fits that, because that provides the solution to climate change, of where to get the requisite variety of decision makers from the bottom up, manage each individually making a contribution. So after that little spurge of encouragement, I'd like to invite questions and hear from Dimitri, please.
I'm afraid I can't find Dimitri in the list. So we will need to set this discussion on a different event.
Sean, let me know who were included in the list of people you sent your message.
It was the list. It's the distribution list that Igor sent. It was his list. There's about 50 people on it, and I assumed it went to all those registered for this session.
So it included Dmitry Novikov.
I believe so. I don't know, but it was whatever Igor set out for this session too.
Yeah, well, I was responsible for plenty of spamming. For that.
But I'd welcome people to, if you haven't watched my video, then that's, if you have and you got questions, I'm welcome to answer, to communicate, because as Michael Isaac says, different words mean different things to different people, and you can get a lot of miscommunications unless you have an informal chat to clear things up. So I'm welcoming to use up my time for that second order feedback.
Are you going to stay awake?
I'll try to. Thank you. Well, yes, I had
of the session. So
may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
The Journal of Today in my local town has a big article on melting the ice on Greenland on record levels. Which government would be able to control this complexity and solve the problem?
I don't have an answer to your question. I have a systemic answer to the question, and that is we've got to stop burning carbon, and we've got to stop populating we've got a plague of people on the planet. The answers are very simple. We've got too many people on the planet, burning too much carbon, cutting down too much vegetation, losing biodiversity, and it needs a global initiative at all levels that must start from the bottom up. At the moment, we're frozen into top-down pyramids of power, which does not have requisite variety of feedback, either to make the decisions or to implement the decisions. So it's a very good question, but you've got to have a systemic. I can give you a systemic answer. A specific answer is not productive because it doesn't save the rest of the world.
Well, my point is systemic thinking is fine, but not enough. We need systemic behavior. We need it from those who have the major influence, which is governments. And the United Nations is taking away any governance capacity.
Well, governments are the problem. Governments don't have the initiative. Pre-modern societies, before governance existed, solved wicked problems. Wicked problems are defined as those where individuals or groups, following their self-interest, exploit life-sustaining resources to deny them for everyone. Now, for the first time in history, I think, as the previous speaker said, we now have a wicked problem at a global level, we've got a global wicked problem, and it can be solved without governments, and probably have to be done in spite of governments. And Lynn Ostrom got the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize Committee recognized her for her contribution of solving wicked problems without governments or markets. They are the problems. As Lord Stern said, the climate change is the biggest market failure the world has ever seen. Climate change is being traded by markets. It's just ridiculous and insane that we allow prices to allocate real resources when money is not related to reality in any way. No economist can define what the value of money is. It's giving messages and signals and communication, which is committing existential risks to the existence of humanity on the planet. It's just committing suicide for the humanity. Now, system scientists understand how to manage complexity reliably and comprehensively, and we can learn from those system scientists that have that knowledge, and they are the biologists, and they're the people that design self-governing automobiles and self-governing robots that explore space. That we have the systemic knowledge of how to solve the complex problem. They may not be members of WOSC. They may not be members of the American Society of Cybernetics, but there are real people solving real problems in complexity, which apparently is a black hole for the conversation we're having here today.
In one part, I agree with completely. One part is governments, the other part are the big companies with monopolizing positions on the worldwide economy.
We've got to tame those big companies, and you've got to have limited life corporations. If you look at my global webinar, I talk about how you could provide tax incentives so the shareholders vote to give up all their ownership and distribute it to the citizens for getting a bigger profit quicker with less risk. They have a fiduciary duty then to vote to change corporate constitutions so that corporations have limited life of 20 years, or all business activities have limited life. The only exceptions are ownership of land and corporations, and rules made by men and women can be changed by men. And we've got dysfunctional rules of ownership and control, which centralize power. Hierarchies with a single board of directors have absolute power to identify and manage their own conflicts of interest to corrupt themselves, the business and society. We've got to stop centralized decision-making, have distributed decision-making like you have in the mutual organizations, the John Lewis Partnership in the UK, the Visa International and the Montague Cooperatives. Mutual organizations, you have bottom-up decision-making, the distributed decision-making to decompose complexity to the limits of human abilities to receive and process bytes of information. And that's what my PhD thesis did, was to ground social analysis in the human limits to process information. And my unit of analysis, bits and bytes, which are now routinely reported all the time. And we got to stop information overload and concentration of decision making. In other words, we've got to turn the pyramids of power upside down. We've got to provide tax incentives to do it. We have the knowledge. We just got to have the will to apply it. And I'm asking Raoul to invite some people along to the next Congress who have that knowledge and practice to teach the rest of us, to teach the world how to save society.
Turning upside down, we can do as consumers. If you don't consume, then they are lost. Like
no, you don't lose the consumers. You empower the consumers with ownership and control. You have multi-stakeholder control. That's the whole idea, where the capitalist is phased out of ownership and control, and you endow the stakeholders, which are not only just consumers, they're the employees, the local citizens, to create a universal citizen dividend, which is financed with less government and less taxes. And that empowers them to make decisions from the bottom up with network governance, or what I call ecological governance. So power goes up to the top and independently of governments to save climate change and pollution and overpopulation.
That's why I work in socially responsible society. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you. Georgi Malinetsky, you're next, please.
Thank you. My work and work of my co-author, Olga Kapelka, its subject is synergetics, reflection, control. we work in Keldysh Institute of Applied Mathematics. The wide range of changes currently taking place requires a collective effort. It extends from climate and weather anomalies to pandemic and social problems. The theory of self-organization or synergetics deals with this range of tasks. This name was in 1917 suggested by German scientist Hermann Haken. He proceeded from two Greek words, joint and action. The development of this approach required the use of method of various scientific disciplines and the interaction of different specialists, natural science, humanities, mathematicians. Self-organization plays an important role in society due to the limited abilities of organization and individuals. A person making decision can take into account no more than 5 or 7 parameters or factors. The problem of modern society is that the current mechanism of social self-organization don't correspond to the changes faced by the world. The emergence of many of the current problems was predicted in the theory of post-industrial development put forward in 1980 by the American sociologist Daniel Bell. In this theory, world history is divided into a pre-industrial phase up to the 20th century, industrial, 20th century, and post-industrial. The transition to it is taking place in leading countries in the present time. In other words, at the beginning, at the turn of the 20th century, a person who felt himself to be a part of nature moves into the world of machines. And now, from the world of machines into the world of people, where computerization and rapid development of virtual reality have been the catalyst which accelerated the current transition. The speed and scale of changes make it possible to say the humanitarian and technology revolution is taking place right now. The problem is that the adequate mechanism of self-organization operating in this world are not yet understood. Indeed, the media is often referred to as the fourth estate. However, the influence of television is now rapidly declining. Newspapers don't have a significant impact on society. The internet has divided the population into interest groups that do not interact with each other. On the other hand, the internet implements a different type of self-organization, highlighting what is important for many, focusing attention on this. The yellow vests in France, the BLM movement in the United States, and the color revolutions have shown that social movements without a clear goal, ideology, program, and leadership can have a big impact in the modern world. Another important problem is related to the structure of employment in the modern world. During the industrial era, unemployment was usually low, and the economy sought to use all available resources and labor. However, now cut off 100 people who could be required to work, there is room for 2, only 2 in agriculture, for 10, only 10 in industry, and for 13 in management. What will be remaining 75 do? The widespread adoption of artificial intelligence in the service industry will make this problem even more acute. The answer to this question will determine the essence of coming era. The idle brain is the devil's workshop. If people, as in the late Rome, don't have a social significant cause, then this can lead to serious problem in society. A deep analysis of a reflexive process in modern society and the practical use of them results of such research in the main way to solve their problems formulated. In other words, science, education, and technology are critical here. the main direction of movement in the Russian regions were outlined in our book, Russia, the 21st Century Breakout Strategy, Technology, Education, Science, which we wrote with Professor Vladimir Ivanov. In modern science, many problems are associated with the crisis of goal setting and the organization of research. For example, most scientific institutions in Russia are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education and Science. It treats at the main criterion not the scale and the significance of problems to be solved, but the number of published works. Is this, in the opinion of the heads of the ministry, that determines the level of researchers and organization? Naturally, relying on information noise, it is differing to hope with significant scientific results and economic benefits for the application. A big part of the entire scientific community in Russia has this understanding. However, there are no social technologies that can bring this level of reflection to decision makers in the field of organizing scientific programs. The interaction of self-organization and organization in modern reality becomes an important social, economical, and social psychological problems. Another pressing problems is related to education. The results of an international test of 15-year-old school children, PISA, as well as other international comparison, show that we teach the wrong thing in the wrong way. If Soviet school children 30 years ago occupied leading position in the world, then today's Russian children are in the beginning of the 4th decade. It was not the world that grew, but we moved out. In publishing house, it is almost impossible to find authors who know the rules of a Russian language. And besides, we rarely consider change where we are zealous or biased. Despite of often expressed public opinion, our education over the past 30 years has not developed, but degraded. At the same time, an education revolution has taken place in a number of development countries. The level of education in these states has significantly changed for the better. Analysis of the mass media shows that the level of national, quantitative, objective analysis of reality has fallen dramatically. This strategy leads to the fact that in the mass consciousness, the emphasis is not the concrete and subject knowledge, but on the emotion perception of often random factors. This reflexive gap significantly increases the danger of social instability and provides tremendous opportunities for manipulating public consciousness. People are often guided by what is happening on the exchange rate and the price of oil. Thank you. And this is clearly not enough. In synergetics, an important concept is the so-called order parameters, leading variables that over time begin to determine the main characteristics of a system under study. The current problem of Russian education and accordingly of society is that it doesn't give an idea of the order parameters of what is important and why or what is not. I have posed and listed a number of acute problems in social management that require analysis using the tool of synergetics and the theory of reflexive processes. For each of them, I see strategies for their solution that would be worth discussing. In each of them, it would be important not to waste social historical times and to do what is necessary. But this is completely different story. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Boris Slavin, you're next.
Okay.
Okay, hello. Okay. In
Do you
this
have any questions?
Sorry,
Any questions?
what's the question? Can I present or no?
Yes, you can.
Yes, yes, I can. In my small presentation, I will try to explain the importance of the section on digital tools for self-organization and electronic democracy. The section will be held next year as part of the Congress of the World Organization of Systems and Cybernetics. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Let's look at how technological epochs develop from the industrial epoch, industrial age to the age of knowledge. The time required to radically change companies is reduced, and the level of strategic decision-making is reduced too. For example, in the industrial age, the development strategy of organization was designed for 10 or 25 years. This time was necessary for the re-equipment of company, for the introduction of new production technology. At the same time, at the same time, all strategic decisions were made personally by the CEO. In the post-industrial era, the time required to implement strategic decision began to decrease. And for most companies, it was between 5 and 10 years. At the same time, strategic decisions are no longer made solely by the CEO, but by the company's top managers. In the digital age, the time for company changes is reduced to 3 years, and the level of strategic decisions making is reduced to the level of middle management, and so on. Next slide, please. Thank you. We can say that more and more people are involved in the innovation process in organization. And as we move to the age of knowledge, all employees will be involved in innovation. This applies not only to businesses, but also to government agencies and non-profit organizations. The accelerations of changes and the expansion of participants of innovation has led to the introduction of new digital forms in management. Startups and as tools for rapid innovation implementation, crowdfunding as a tool for quickly financing new ideas, digital platform as tools for organizing fast business communications. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thus, with the change of epochs, change type of labor sourcing and dominant marketplace and organization management tools and forms of power in organization and states. We can see it in this table. In the digital age and the age of knowledge, digital platforms, startups, and expert networks will be main subjects of economy. The main management tools of organization at these epochs will be content and innovation management systems and collective intelligence technologies. And the basis of power, both of business and in the state, will be bottom-up initiative, electronic democracy, and full self-government. The next, last slide, please. Today is especially important to be able to use digital tools of self-organization and self-management. The pandemic has shown that those survive who are more adaptive and more digital. Digital communications are used in the maximum extent possible. The main resource of organization is the competence of employees. There are digital tools for collective works. That is why the section electronic democracy and digital self-organization tools should become important and popular at the Congress the next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You came in under time. Herman Bulla, you're up next.
Thank you, Elena. Hello to everybody. I would like just to make some comments on my previous presentation in the video. The point is that my starting point is the nation state actually exists. So this is the reason why I think that anyway, we have to take it in account. The answer in the actual pandemics was offered by the nation states. The metasystemic response was really weak. And this is the reason why it's good to recall Bell's statement about the state being too small for the big problems of life and too big for the small problems of life. I was reading just in the last minutes, I have to recognize the very judicious notes coming from Professor Turnbull. I think he made a great work on the videos, etc. And all of what I have to say is that the Ostrom thesis about the tragedy of commons, that the Garrett Hardin himself recognized to have been wrong baptized. I have read that he recognized it was been better to call his tragedy, his proposal, as the tragedy of unregulated commons. So I think that the proposal from Professor Turnbull are very provocative, suggestive, as well as the whole theory from Ostrom, criticism on tragedy of commons. The only point I have to underline is that reading Ostrom, one has to think about conscience, human conscience. To have self-regulated systems needs a sort of grounded common observations among the community involved. So, coming back, the nation state has a lot of power today, even having lost sovereignty in the hands of supra states, organizations, local communities, and the private sector, the multinationals, and so on. The comments from Klaas Otto Venne about the eigen behavior in the nation state are, in my mind, very useful. when thinking on the quality of the nation states. Class Otto Bene also comments about different kinds of nation states that in my video and in my presentation are also considered. At the same time, the United States of America are a nation state, and Haiti or Somalia are nation states as well. But anyway, having in mind self-regulation, having in mind polycentrism from Ostrom and Professor Turnbull, having in mind the lack of quality of these social systems called nation states, they exist. So Professor Stafford Beer, he pointed that there were 3 rules in the meta-systemic game, and I think we can apply these 3 rules at least partially to the actual situation. The first rule is esoteric boxes in this case, the nation states recognize themselves as part of a broader and higher system and seek or reject sensible collaboration. This kind of approach disregards the needs for a meta-systemic organization structure or response. The second rule is just as higher central authority that is very complicated in many ways. And the third rule is higher central authority who pretends not to be a higher central authority, but just a facilitator supported by science, by technology, by advisory bodies, committees, etc. On the other hand, Nancy Roberts, talking about environmental problems, she proposed 3 approaches that she saw used in practice. One approach, the competitive approach, that was commented by Professor Turnbull. Of course, I think this community doesn't think that this approach is really useful. It's just the market solving all the problems, etc. And the opposite approach would be what she called the egalitarian approach. The egalitarian approach distrust of the government and sees the market and the private sector and the competition not as the solution, but as the cause of the problems in environmental domain. And the third approach would be the hierarchical approach that is similar to one of the rules of, or even 2, the second and third rules from Stafford, having in mind a hierarchical power who organizes, make planning and so on. Thank you. So in my mind, the first step, or one of the first steps that we could propose is just to recognize at least the need of a meta-systemic structure, overpassing the limitations that nation states are offering today. Nation states they have power, they have armies, they oppress some people in many parts of the world. They have the power of providing laws, constitutions, etc. So we will have, of course, to connect this meta-systemic structure with international law, global law, as many lawyers are talking about, and a new arrangement in economics, because capitalism has no limits itself and has to be regulated, as everybody knows very well. Thank you, Elena.
Oh, thank you. And now, Matches, and I think from your video, you did it in collaboration with Zoraida. So however you'd like to divide your 10 minutes is fine.
Let me unmute first and then ask whether Zoraida is here.
She was here.
I think Zoraida is here.
Mm-hmm.
We agreed to present together. Raul, is your lady here?
I saw her.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, let's share presenting.
Yeah, but can I have the video? Is not.
Well, these contributions arise from a discussion rather than from theoretical work, which is hidden behind the discussion. And the point which we are debating is the relation between citizenship and democracy in terms of social responsibility and evidence which comes from the community. Next slide, please. Too much. Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, my camera is not working for some reason. I would like to make
Why
2
don't you
points.
find Raul and use his camera?
No, because I need to have this.
I think she can speak a little bit. Go ahead, Zoraida.
Maybe Zoraida can just sit on your chair.
Shall I go?
No, just
You just stand along with her.
absolutely.
Just give.
Right.
Take another chair.
Zoraida, come here.
Okay.
Sorry for the camera. The point that I would like to bring to the discussion is something that we have been talking with Matash, is how we are connecting the participatory approaches and community-based research with system thinking. And I'm going to make only a few points in the 5 minutes that I have. Community-based research and participatory approaches or participatory action research are connecting with disciplines. And these disciplines, one of the big demands that we have at the moment is how we are increasing local knowledge and knowledge for all in the production of the combination between disciplines and these participatory approaches. Falsborda in 1981 published that paper that called Sciences and the Common, a concept that it was used later by the European Union with the program Horizon 2020 and citizen science. In 1997, when he was approaching to the end of his life, in his latest interview, he was asking to connect participatory action research with other disciplines and especially with system thinking. That connection is not clear yet. There are a lot of questions and there is a lot of gap around that. So how can we enrich these relationships from the diversity of local context research evidence? Community-based research linking with system thinking and social innovation and social responsibility could increase the research mindedness of the communities. So how we are doing that to increase the capacity of civil society and to enrich from a real participatory approaches, cybernetics and system thinking and many other disciplines. Can I go to the next one, please? Higher education institutions across the world are under unprecedented demand to produce evidence-based research and co-learning processes in a multidisciplinary perspective, addressing global challenges. What are those global challenges? Those global challenges are immigration, the situation of the refugees, peace, social justice, aging, isolation, solidarity, employment, effective governance, social inclusion and cohesion. For instance, in this element, if we are working with citizens and social responsibility, we are doing that in interactive social learning process related with social meanings. We are only building citizenship in the relationship with social meanings, where we recognize each other through a permanent and mutual interaction and constitution, where we are shaping the concept of citizen, the citizenship and citizenry. Citizens are in a permanent process of building identity, in process of balancing individuals and communities' power boundary, and a dialogical and a dialectic relationship. So Bernard was saying, nothing is fixed. We always have a new point of view. Ray was saying, we are deconstructing, constructing, and reconstructing processes. We can say we are articulating, disarticulating, and rearticulating our journeys, taking the same principle that Freire or Falsborda or many others that have been working in participatory approaches. So we are trying to see how in interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, or transdisciplinary perspectives, we are using community action research or community-based research, that is the umbrella terminology for all the participatory approaches, trying to do something about social learning processes that we have been listening a lot about that with systemic sensibility that Beer, Espejo, and Eison have been writing a lot for social transformation. So we are looking for change, but trying to identify how we are taking that from social context, from local context, and from the diversity of local context. That is our big questions for the meeting and our stream that we have been thinking about. Over to you, Matash.
Next slide.
Next slide.
I'm going to bring just later.
Yeah, I didn't even know I have been working on these topics which have been raised now, but under the name of self-management, we have actually been experiencing a specific kind of democracy and participation for decades, which was killed by bureaucracy and the command-loving managers, especially, and it was made so complicated for people to be happy when it was over because most of the decision-making was actually fictitious. So the problems which came after that are much worse in Slovenia than they used to be earlier. And they're picturing actually the global situation, a lack of systemic behavior, which causes a lack of interdisciplinary cooperation. And it's also based on the lack of ethics and practice, which Shan was talking about, is full right. In the globally accepted ISO 26000 on social responsibility, the basic system science concepts are exposed, which is responsibility for one's influences over society, interdependence, which is the basic for holism. And these three are kind of ways to solve the current problems of society once we make them happen. And we can, as I said earlier, we have experienced this can be done bottom up by consumers' decisions. Like I used to mention Kodak over the few times. Kodak was an extra class company which no longer exists, and many others do. They were monopolizing the world market, but consumers said no longer. We want to take something else. Why? Because many have left aside indirect consequences of their specialized work, which means not systemic but narrowly minded work, be them in business or in politics or in any other profession. Education forgets about the cooperation. So what we have been suggesting and what has been done in what Zoraida was talking about indirectly is add to the professional knowledge the capacity of interdisciplinary cooperation, which starts with listening and hearing and saying, thank you for your disagreement with me. You are enriching my views by that. Next, please. And if you want to cooperate, then we need to co-construct social meaning. We have experienced now in my town the attempts to have the local budget run on a basis of this type. Some people are joining, mostly are still staying away because they don't want to have too much responsibility. But those who do participate in these processes, as we have found by having the activity of the Institute for Social Responsibility Development, which produces also rewards for the socially responsible companies and persons. The 7 principles which are written in the ISO 26000 and are visible here in the down part of the slide are crucial human and organizational attributes: accountability, rather than hiding the responsibility. It's interesting that the ISO 26000 speaks of responsibility and accountability as completing each other up. Transparency, it's easier to work with those who allow insight. Ethical behavior, but not in Hitler's type of perception of ethics. Respect for stakeholders, not only shareholders. Respect for the rule of law, which is not monopolistic. Respect for international norms, which are not monopolistic. What happens now on the slides? Thank you. And last but not least, respect for human rights. So people who accept these are much more successful as persons and as companies, because having these attributes in practice means avoiding many troubles, preventing many costs. And the problem which comes around is then accountancy cannot show results because costs have been prevented. So we have to say, make a qualitative analysis, which has to be as systemic as possible, on indirect consequences and indirect causes included into the analysis. Next, please. Rather go on.
We are inviting the community to make a submission for a stream for the next 2021 conference. Trying to identify how we can collect a number of projects that are generating desirable communities beyond your perception and practice of social responsibility and citizenship. What ways you are creating this? How schooling, media, politicians, and third sector organizations are doing something to promote and social responsibility and social citizenship, and how do they address existing inequalities and promoting social justice and solidarity, and also how can the infrastructure organizations support small third sector organizations, enabling them to deliver public services in distinctive and effective ways of empowering communities and making them social responsible. And the last, government policy and third sector organizations respond to increased opportunities for taking part in civil decision making and civic engagement. These are some of them, but we are in general asking for research evidence that is promising knowledge and practices, increasing social responsibility.
You will not thank for attention, but for caring and action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
According to the schedule, it looks like we now have 15 minutes for reflection among the participants in this panel. Have we decided to give up the 10-minute break, or are we proceeding on till 2 o'clock?
I would propose for the moderators to decide which parts we can, the original time was, we couldn't limit it, we couldn't hold it, so something should be left out. Either it's a reflection between the panelists, or, I would definitely try to keep in the questions and answers from the chat, and maybe the discussion, and leave it to the moderators and the public to see if we should leave the break, the 10 minutes break, and or maybe also the reflections between the panelists. I don't know. I would leave it with Elena and Tatiana.
I would think that we might want to shorten the break to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then maybe also shorten the reflection for 10 minutes. That would give us an extra 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So some really fast reflections, right?
Okay, should someone start? Do you want me to start?
Yeah, sure.
Well, thank you all for the other panelists whose presentations I've appreciated. I think one of the things that we could ask each of us is, what is our underlying theory of change? How do we imagine that change, which we're all aspiring to achieve in some way, is going to come about? And And until we make our own theories of change apparent to ourselves, then it becomes very hard to work with others to begin the change process. And if you'll excuse me, Bernard, I'm going to sort of riff off one of your slides, because you had a set of categories there about different forms of democracy or government. And I want to dispute actually that any of those governance systems are effective. You put Australia, for example, in the category of being a very effective democracy, where in the last few days here, we have had the perfect example of parties, more than one party, being subjected to or engaging in what some people call state capture or preferential lobbying by big carbon, and advocating massive investments in gas at a time when this is the last thing the nation needs and the world in terms of climate change needs. And you can see, and we argue in our book, for example, that preferential lobbying or state capture is a manifestation, it's an emergent property of a failing governance system. And until we understand and redesign in ways that circumscribe the possibility of preferential lobbying to occur, then we're not going to overcome it. And of course, classically, nation states, while ever they persist, and that's another question, have used constitutions as the primary way of organizing themselves. Constitutions, of course, are human inventions, yet many countries exist and continue to exist as if they were sort of hacked in stone and can't be changed and can't be organized. But it's quite clear that many of our constitutions are failing because they are failing to be reconstituted in the Anthropocene. And many of our democracies are failing because the institutions of our democracies or our governance systems were invented pre-Anthropocene, pre the rise of global connectivity and the power of multinational companies who are more powerful than 70% of nation states. So these are all profound reasons why we need to be reinventing our governance systems and having a conversation about what a governance system actually is, how it functions, and what its elements are. And can I just, I'll stop there and just acknowledge Slava's question about institutions and other things. And when the opportunity presents itself, I'll come back to that.
Sean?
I'd like to back up Ray's point about where we want to be and how to get there. It's a very good point. Where we want to be is bottom up. And one example is what Ralph Nader did in the United States to avoid regulatory capture. Democracy is being undermined by plutocracy of corporations. That's why we've got to turn them upside down to have power from the bottom. And what Ralph Nader did, the utilities, which are regulated utilities, their prices, they were captured, the management captured the regulators, and Nader put a slot in their mailing to millions of customers who volunteered money to hire professional advocates to stop management capturing the regulators. So that was a case, what he formed were, in effect, what Ostrom talked about, polycentric republics, because those customer associations were self-governing organizations providing tensegrity, a challenge, and that you've got to have self-governance and self-regulation, you've got to have systemic challenge built in. And that's why I don't believe in Dimitrov's idea of an organization. You've got to have multiple stakeholder controlled organizations competing with each other and challenging the pyramids of power to get reform and change. And that gives you a bit of a vision of where we want to be, and a minor example of how to do it. And in my video, I pointed out that I created polycentric republics in the sporting fields of self-governing units. And that's what we've got to look for, is There's plenty of examples in sport and in civic associations. I've also formed constitutions for the Institute of Company Directors in Australia, which is governed by its state bodies. So it's bottom up, not top down. And I wrote the constitution way back in 1978. I did the same for the controlling body of skiing. Anyway, time for somebody else to have a go.
Okay, Bernard, you're next.
You're on mute, Bernard. You have to put the mute off.
Right, oh, that was a surprise. I always learn much from Shan. I've been listening to him for years. Thank you, Shan. I don't have a mindset for the organisation issues. Igor, is it possible to show my last slide again? I actually didn't show it.
Frankly, it's Francesca, but let's see. Let's ask Francesca if you can do it.
If you can do it.
Yes.
This will be my final contribution, I think.
Maybe you can just start talking and then it will appear.
Okay. I ended my show when I was talking about the need to educate, connect, and educate, and so on. And part of that is the idea of cybernetics like that. That as individuals, as many humans as possible should have a good understanding of what it is to be human. That we are organizationally closed systems, automatic systems, if you like, that we do construct our understandings of the world, and that we are socially reliant on everyone else to be human, to be a person. So those are slides. Hello, that's not me.
That's me.
I could talk to that, but I might not.
That's Sean.
Shan. It's Shan.
Shan. Sorry, Shan. We'll try to find Bernard. Maybe during while we are looking for Bernard.
The point I was, yeah, that's not me. I'm just stressing the importance of education at the individual level. You know, whatever people do in organisations and groups and political parties, we really do need decent basic education for everybody, which includes the cybernetic understandings of what human beings are. And I emphasised before as well that being human is an open-ended activity. We haven't closed the book on that yet. I just wanted to show this last slide because there's a very nice quotation from Umberto Maturana about what is a truly human society. But there it is. Thank you very much. The last one. You've got, there it is. Please stop there. This is Umberto Maturana. A truly human society it's a product of human art. It's something we create. Such a society is necessarily a non-hierarchical society for which all relations of order are constitutively transitory and circumstantial to the creation of relations that continuously negate the institutionalization of human abuse. It's a very long-winded way of saying, you know, we should love each other. But it has to be the bedrock of any decent society, and it's intrinsically non-hierarchical, but we only constitute relations of order in order to maintain or in order to negate any human abuse. But basically, such a society is in its essence an anarchistic society. I now say I'm a cybernetic anarchist. I go to a table tennis club and I hang out in various places, but that's, I choose my loyalties, I choose my relationships with the world around me. So I'm first of all human, after that I'm everything else. And this is, if you're not familiar with the writings of Paulo Freire on the pedagogy of the oppressed, you really should read it, everybody, because it's about it points out that both the oppressor and the oppressor are victims. We must find a way out of basically all violence towards each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Georgie? Georgie Malinetsky, did you want to make a comment? Zoraida, I'm just going in order, if that's okay. If Georgie isn't on, let's go on to Boris Slavin, and we can include Georgie if he comes back.
Sorry. What's the question?
As a panelist, what might you want to say about the other people's contributions on the panel?
Can you help me with this translation? Oh, yeah.
Борис, что вы можете сказать по поводу панельной дискуссии, по поводу мнений, которые прозвучали?
А вы сможете перевести, чтобы я, если не сложно? Да, спасибо. Я как раз хотел написать в чате, но раз дали слово, то я хочу.
Boris Slavin impression.
Я по поводу последнего, то, что мы обсуждали насчет общества без иерархии.
Regarding the non-hierarchical society,
я думаю, что когда мы говорим о самоуправлении, это не означает, что отсутствует иерархия.
I don't think that when we speak about self-government, we deny hierarchy.
И, наверное, самое главное, самоуправление предполагает, что иерархия построена не на силе, а построена на таким peer-to-peer, то есть уважительным друг к другу отношениям между членами общества.
Hierarchy must be based not on oppression, but on peer-to-peer relationship and non-violent relationship and respectful relationship.
Человеческий мозг состоит из очень большого числа нейронов.
Well, human brain is composed of many neurons.
Они заменяют друг друга и часто погибают в результате каких-то действий.
Well, and you know, they die and they are replaced.
Но при этом у них однозначно нет отношений силы, то есть ни один нейрон не подавляет другой.
But neurons are not suppressing each other.
И при этом вся эта система очень хорошо функционирует, о чем доказывает наша панельная дискуссия.
And this system functions and in a good way, and our panel discussion confirms it.
И поэтому, когда мы говорим о самоуправлении, о самоуправляющих системах, то мы должны искать иерархические системы, где иерархия не построена на силе.
When we speak about self-government and self-governing systems, we must speak about hierarchical systems which are not based on violence and are not based on oppression.
Раньше это было невозможно, потому что в деятельности людей присутствовало очень много рутинного труда.
Well, it was impossible in the old times because there was a lot of routinous work in human societies.
И поэтому приходилось заставлять часть общества работать, занимаясь именно этим рутинным трудом.
Why parts of society, significant parts of society, were forced to do these grueling labor tasks.
Мы движемся в сторону, когда этого рутинного труда становится все меньше, и шансы создать систему без силы, самоорганизующейся, у нас появляются.
I think that we are currently moving to the world where we are not going to need such amounts of manual and hard labor, and that means we are progressing and we can move towards non-violent and non-oppressive systems.
Хотя это будет, конечно, еще не завтра, но говорить об этом уже можно.
Certainly not tomorrow, but we must speak about it right now.
Спасибо большое, Антон. Спасибо тоже.
Thank you. Herman?
Oh, thank you, Elena. I have just a few comments. One is about Sean's comments on the Olympic organization, World Organization. I just recalling about the International Federation for Football Association, soccer. And I was recalling about the role of the International Criminal Court against some people in this federation. And in the judges in the United States of America, prosecuting some of these leaders of the soccer association. So my point is the nation state exists, and this is just reality nowadays that we have to have in mind. And the existence of these nation states are, as was said by Klaas Otto Bene and quoted by myself, a very varied existence from Haiti or Somalia to the United States of America. So this is a real problem in the actual human life. On the other hand, I think there are issues about complexity that have to be managed, and that we cannot just leave the variety to be absorbed spontaneously. In some way, I am saying that the task of designing, of working on the complexity engineer is a task that we cannot avoid. Probably we are talking about different structural levels on one side, not probably, really we are talking about different structural levels, and on the other hand, probably some people are talking about holons, and some others, as me, as myself, we are talking about what we can call systems. But this is a very nice introduction to continue thinking with all these excellent contributions to Moscow in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. And Matos and Zoraida?
Well, I would like to comment on the sentence that the current national state is too small to address big problems and too large to address small problems. Actually, the national state, in terms of my education as development economist, is a phase, not a permanent situation. Germany as one country is 150 years old, so is Italy. And the United States are still a number of states, and like the kingdoms or dukedoms of Germany have been, and then they agreed to have some problems settled on a common level. So we are with the European Union facing just another phase, and we are facing the same problems of people being non-systemic, rather locally thinking, and forgetting that some things have to be solved locally, like by small communes, and some things have to be settled by the United Nations and others. So what we need is agreement which type of problems belong to each level of solving. And all of them demand systemic behavior for the solutions not to be fictitious.
Zoraida?
I would like to go back to Ray when he is talking about change. I will say that in Ray's presentation and in his book, there are a lot of answers about that. To me, the change is possible when citizens can have the knowledge, the skills, and the confidence. And for the other side, we have the structures and the processes that are allowing citizens to influence decision-making processes to shape those decisions that are affecting themselves. That is a process where they are empowering themselves and designing their own governance structure. That is very easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. If we don't have funding provision from international bodies and national bodies to have these two levels, bottom up and programs from the top to produce that change. But I think Ray's question, it's very important and very valid. What is the meaning of change? And I will answer that in that way. Probably there are many more elements to identify the content of change.
Thank you. I guess that winds up the reflection portion. Igor, should we have a 5-minute break or should we just keep going?
Maybe a 5-minute break would be very good, because I think we need like 5 minutes. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so 5 minutes. Hello. Alina. Tatiana.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, that's much better. Tatiana. Hello.
I think we've got a couple of questions from the moderators, but I think I'd like to make it very short and just ask one question, which is how can we help people learn to self-organize? Because we can't actually self-organize self-organization, but it's very much needed. And it would be interesting to see if people have ideas about how we could help bring that about.
Maybe, Elena, can I propose that we can just open the questions not only to the panelists, but see if they're in public, if they're in public.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Okay.
Great.
And I think we already have Ray who would like to say something on that.
Well, I'm happy to pick it up, but others should follow. It seems to me, Elena, that I mean, my theory of change that underpins the book that we've got is that if one is talking about governance failure and the reinvention of governance, then the only place that change will come from is from civil society. It won't come from governments itself trying to change governments. So there's manifest evidence in civil society of a self-organizing capability. Sure, it could be improved in many ways, but one of the ways in which it gets destroyed or undermined most is by governments intervening in local self-organizing activity. It's from literally pulling the rug from under local innovations or acting in command and control ways that usurp power. And we have classic examples in Australia of local self-organizing initiatives that succeed and flourish. They then become mainstreamed by government, and in the process of mainstreaming by government, government believes it wants to manage, control the purse strings and direct what people do. So it's about how one way of thinking about this is the arm of horizontal governance of people and citizens, and the other one is vertical governance, the arm of the state, and it's how you get a dialectic functioning between these two arms of governance.
Right, I think I could say something about that. Somehow, yes, I agree with Ray that structure is very essential, but it's not enough. What I would suggest is that the ability of people to structure tasks or activities for which they have requisite variety in a way helps them to develop self-organization. So if you are one of those who is responsible for a task or an activity that goes far beyond your capacity, then you will not be able to operate in a self-organized fashion effectively. You will need to somehow either not be effective or to ask some others to do the stuff that you can't do. So there is an interesting interplay between structure and requisite variety that we need to pay attention to in responding to this question of self-organization.
Okay.
Hey, no, do we?
Tatiana?
Well, you're on mute, Tatiana. You're on.
Are you sleeping?
No, I'm not sleeping, but it's midnight here. So my question is quite general. When Ray were talking about this and Shan, I think when we speak about where we want to be, do we mean the same point of destination for any society? Because are you talking about humankind? Or you mean this Western style of development, and like we want the same to any society? Because I'm from Russia, for me, these questions is interesting.
Now I'm no longer mute, so I can make my comment. I'm grateful to Bernd, who mentioned my requisite holism. And all of you mostly speak of requisite variety. If we have variety with one-sided measures, it's very hard to succeed. That's why I think we need to join requisite variety and requisite holism as two preconditions for success.
Yes, I think for me, the issue there is that requisite holism is somehow a methodological answer to the issue of what is that a group of people or a community are prepared to deal with, what kind of purposes they have. And once you have that kind of process of getting purpose out of the people involved, then the clear thing is that requisite holism is what answers that, and requisite variety is what makes possible to produce the purpose that you have named.
Sure, but you always need knowledge on content and knowledge on methodology and values supporting them.
What I'm saying is that your proposal of requisite holism is, for me, very much a methodological issue.
Yeah, sure.
Well, the issue of requisite variety is much more existential.
That's why I say they are interdependent. We need both of them at the same time.
Now, if you tell me where do you have methodologies to work out requisite holism?
To me, system, well, that's a long process. I don't have enough time to talk about it. But we have got in running innovation processes for companies, we got millions of dollars of results out of using this concept in the innovation processes.
Okay.
People simply got enough of viewpoints considered rather than too many, rather than too few. And synergy, not only sum. Somebody earlier said we need a sum of this and this effect. We need a synergy of them, because the sum is mathematical term, which is not reality. I always say, if you want to have the ideal result, or you want to have two chemical poisons. If you don't have synergy, you have two chemical poisons.
You have a negative energy.
Yeah.
But that is, again, one of the systemic aspects is the interactions of the different components, elements.
That's right. That's right. But the interaction does not happen without interdependence.
Well, I think
interdependence is behind the scene of interaction.
This is an open conversation, but perhaps it's worth getting some more ideas, Elena.
Yeah. I noticed some interesting points by Lowell Christie. Would you like to elaborate a little bit on one of them?
Not me.
No, Lowell Christie.
One of the points I'd like to make is that we need to address power, the systems of power, both physical power that deals with Newtonian force against force, which I call can be turned into oppression if done incorrectly, and the invisible dynamics of power. And there you're really dealing with three levels of what is hidden from us by what's offered by the powers. Is like a menu, vanilla or chocolate when they have many other flavors. And that's done in the public world, but that's still hidden from us. Then there's the oligarchy of the decision makers behind the scenes of lobbyists. And then there is the symbolic structures that cybernetics needs to deal with in terms of consciousness. And those levels of power is what governance tries to address, at least in through democracies, and getting beyond Newtonian physics and dealing with the tyranny of the hidden powers. And just one point that I think that we should be addressing in our deliberations.
Thank you. Does anybody want to take that up? Ray, you're muted.
I think I can say something about that. In a sense, I heard one of our friends from Russia saying that hierarchy will always exist, and the problem was that hierarchy was necessary in one form or another. Now, one of the issues that is behind power is precisely how is it that people exercise power in the elaboration of whatever purposes or directions they may wish to have. And in that process, when they generate their own purposes and they start to impose them to those who are operating within that system, and at the end of the day, the power becomes negative and is obstructing the whole development of that organizational system. So somehow we need to keep in mind that different levels of structure are not necessarily hierarchical, but they are essentially what we would call in cybernetics recursive, where each of them has the capacity to generate their own purposes, their own direction, and have locally the power to exercise what they wanted for themselves. So that's the difference I would make between an unilateral use of power and the actual elaboration of relationships at each level of recursion, and giving the opportunity for people to generate sharing power at all levels.
I'd like to say here.
Go ahead, John.
I'd just like to say here to what Raoul was saying, but the idea of power exploiting assumes that you have a command and control hierarchy, and what we got to have a culture where we don't allow constitutions to create that concentration of power. There's always checks and balances, and the role models of recursive division of power is in the Mondragon cooperatives, the worker cooperatives, and they have power. It's both top down and bottom up in each cooperative, and then a dozen cooperatives get together and they form a second order cooperative for managing the group activities. It's part, so you have a polycentric relationship of these groups, and then you have groups of groups that form the whole pyramid of hierarchy. And one of the characteristic defining feature of a holon or hierarchy is it has requisite variety built in. It is both top down and bottom up. It is both autonomous, it both leads and it both follows. You have, it's this Westphalian, it follows it resolves the paradox and the dilemma that you discussed in your paper, that it can be both things at once. It's like, it's one of the invariants of the universe that you have. It's called tensegrity, where you have these opposites together which generate change, adaptation, and evolution. In fact, you could say that the law of requisite variety explains why DNA programs us to have contrary complementary characteristics. It's not all love, as Bernard was saying. And Australian Aborigines, for instance, they don't allow power to concentrate. They always have, if you have a very intimate totem or spiritual relationship, you've always got to have a manager of that or checks and balances built in. And I think we can learn a lot from pre-modern societies of how to distribute power widely and to provide its own built-in checks and balances, so people just can't act unilaterally, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, Tatiana, Oh, go ahead, Ray. But Tatiana, I wanted to flag you because many of the questions that are in the chat are in Russian, and I have no capability there whatsoever.
No, they're not in Russian. It's translation, good translation of comments and questions which are in chat. And I see here Vyacheslav Marache, and he proposed good questions. Perhaps he can just say them, pronounce them. Vyacheslav, I think he's here.
I am here.
Yes,
Hi. Hi. My question was how to provide self-organization for large scale systems from community to societies and mankind. And in particular, how to avoid turning open communities into closed ones. How inevitable is this? For example, network organizations are very good, but many of them transform to mafia type organization. How to avoid this transformation?
I think Ray wanted to say something.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, one of the conversations we haven't really had in this is the role of institutions. And institutions, in the sense that I use it, is in the institutional economic sense. Institutional economists refer to institutions as norms, rules of the games that we humans invent. So all the rules that we humans have created that lead to us doing what we do, governing ourselves, sleeping together, marrying each other, etc., all of those things. And so in part, the answer to the question that Slava asks is, what are the nature of the institutions that already exist that we take as givens in our culture? And to what extent can we deframe or deconstruct those institutions and reinvent them in ways that give satisfy the purpose that you wish to operate? And in a way, I guess part of the answer, Slava, is in Ostrom's polycentricity, in that one is both local, but increasingly no one can be local without being connected to the biosphere. It's the biosphere that's global, not the economy that's global. And so that's the important connection that has to be built in the institutional designs. And if I can perhaps pick up on the power issue, I mean, power is a really important discussion to have, but to me, it's a completely worthless discussion to have unless you have a praxis associated with power that both names it, understands it, and changes it. If you merely use it as a social science construct to pontificate about, it doesn't get you anywhere. You've got to be able to change power, diffuse it, etc. And one of the most pervasive apparatuses of power we live with at the moment is that of mainstream economics, which has as its core a mistaken notion that we are rational Homo economicus beings. And all of our work in cybernetics says that we are not this human being that is at the center of economic theory and that has become institutionalized in the treasuries and the finance houses of all government systems. So this is an insidious framework of power which constrains all that we do. And we see it in part in debates, say in Australia, over an initial response to the COVID virus, which was a compassionate approach that people matter and people are first. Then the economy starts to reassert itself as if somehow one can divorce your your ethics and your compassion in favor of a social construct that pays no attention to the biology of a virus.
Can I follow that up, because this is just fundamental. Power is fundamental, and my call for action for the society is that we've got to teach social scientists how to. There's no education course in the world that I know of that teaches you to answer Ray's question. What's the vision of decentralized power? How do you have? We don't have architects of distributing power, and the model, of course, is the human body. And in nature, where power is highly distributed and it has requisite variety, the brain has no chief executive neuron. There are different parts of the brain that make different decisions for different occasions, and they're all competing with each other. This is the tensegrity idea. You're getting checks and balances built into your brain, and what wins that makes you to act depends upon your internal state of hunger, thirst, and other drives we can't mention, of course, and the external opportunities and risks. So it's a very fluid, distributed decision-making action, and the reason you need distributed decision-making to simplify complexity within the limits of humans to process bits and bytes. And what I'm calling for is for learned institutions like WOSC to start education programs that teaches people how to be governance architects. And their inspiration is mimicking nature, for goodness sakes. We don't need research. All we've got to do is follow nature and learn the techniques of the biology of the people that design self-governing robots and automobiles. The knowledge is there. We just don't apply it, and we're busy doing all second and third order things which don't seem to, for me, to connect with the reality. Economics is not needed at all because it's not related to the environment. It's just it's full of social constructs which are undefinable and just misleads us. So that's enough from me for the moment.
Thank you. May I speak? I've been trying to get about 10 minutes now, it seems to me. Following these worthy things certainly from Ray and Shan. Shan, try and get this across as quick as I can. What I'm referring to, need to love each other. This is a human decision, a human choice, something we can learn to do, something we can practice. The social, the psychological, the psychosocial can override the biology. We're not bound to. I can't understand the tensegrity model and heterarchical models and so on, and we are that kind of system. But we can be autonomous. We can make our own choices and behave as we like. And the other question in here is the one about self-organization. How do you facilitate self-organization? If anyone cares to look at the little book by Paulo Freire, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he points out that the first step, the teacher faced with an oppressed person has to intervene, take some control of that person's life, to empower them, to break them out of their servitude. And once you've encouraged someone to break out of their servitude, they acquire more awareness, and they eventually become autonomous. They eventually are capable of being teachers. So there's a kind of knock-on effect. We can liberate the oppressed, and the oppressed, once liberated, can liberate more oppressed. So self-organization isn't a mystery in a sense. If we know what we wish to do, we wish to make people more human.
I think there's a question there, though, of self-organization and scale, because at the community level and face-to-face, it's quite obvious and it's very possible. But there's an awful lot of levels of recursion between the community and the neighborhood, or most of the polycentric organizations, even the large ones like Mondragon, and these 17 global corporations that have more in the way of resources than 70% of the other countries. And so I just like to point out that there are some missing scales here.
Well, Elena, forgive me, but these institutions they're all constructions. And I mean, the emperor doesn't necessarily have any clothes on. The fact we've got these mega companies or whatever, these incredibly powerful individuals, if they properly understand how the world works or how the world could work, they would see that they are victims. So it's raising we need, it's not just taking the peasant in servitude, the illiterate peasant in servitude to educate him or her. It's also taking the mega rich and educating them. The real challenge is that they make themselves inaccessible. They live in a different world from ours. But we've got the internet, we've got growing connectivity, and bit by bit, the understanding and awareness of what's actually going on in this world with respect to abuse of others, abuse of people by other people, will become more and more clear, and they will not be able to get away with it one way or another. They'll be seen for what they are: selfish, greedy, ignorant parasites who are lost souls who need to be liberated. There you are. Thank you.
Sorry, Bernard, may I, first of all, I think we should involve some dynamics in that. We just shouldn't look at the place as is. Dynamics, so basically projections, what will happen, how it will develop. That's the first comment. And the second comment, exactly this rich, spoiled people serve as a role model for quite a few people who would like to become them, and that comes from the triage system, from a guy called Beer, I think Stafford Beer, who was explaining the society as a triage, and yes, those spoiled people are leading, and they have followers. How would you comment on that?
Sorry, I don't know where you brought Stafford into that.
Oh yeah, well,
Stafford quite clearly points out that he learned from Allende that the level 7, whatever it is the people. It's a loop. And all I'm saying is exactly what Stafford says, that loop has got to be made more and more efficient, better. If we talk about the dynamic, how do we get there? Well, we start now. Whatever you can do, whatever you see around you, and I see people here in this group who are acting now. Ray and Shan and Raoul all are working for the good of humanity. That they're not here to become famous. They're not here to become rich. They're working to do the best they can as far as they can see it. And as I said earlier in my talk, what we can share, we do not see the world the same. We have different perspectives, but we can share the intent to be working for the good. Of course, it needs conversation. It needs many, many things, but it needs to be global. The conversations need to be global. I'm pleased to see that we're now getting some more stuff online, and maybe some of the young people pay attention to what we're talking about. I don't know. And these are just small grains of hope amidst a whole sea of darkness.
But Bernard, could I just take up on that business about love and the global good? Are you aware that the most powerful chief executives in the world are promoting that their corporations benefit all their stakeholders, not just shareholders? In other words, their mission is to become the corporation to become a global good, to promote global by benefiting all stakeholders. Now, that was initiated in 2018 by the chief executive of the biggest asset manager in the world, a fellow called Larry Fink of BlackRock. BlackRock manages $7 billion of assets for other people. And then he said that one thing he didn't want was groupthink. Now, groupthink is equivalent to your loving everybody. and he wanted disruption in the boardrooms. He wanted the integrity. He wanted contestability of decision making. If you love everybody, you don't get challenge and contestability, and you get dysfunctional risk management. So this is how I argue against your need to love everybody, but it isn't safe.
Sean, you didn't listen to what I said earlier.
Okay.
We learn to love.
Let me say
Question
something.
of understanding. Okay, if you understand what's needed, then you understand that love or care or compassion, whatever you want to call it, is needed, and we can practice getting better at it. I notice there are, billionaire philanthropists.
That is not enough. That is not enough.
I know, but there's some people at least trying to meet us halfway.
In the end, what Sean is saying is, yes, many of these people are looking for a stakeholder rather than shareholders. And I say, yes, I certainly go for the stakeholder. However, the problem is that they don't know how to make stakeholders' participation effective. And that is something that we have some clues about.
Yeah.
And that is precisely where understanding, and I would say something that I missed in Sean's argument. I think the viable system model is a model that handles the issues of complexity from the very, very global to the very, very local. And that is something that we can make much better use. And one of the issues that was raised in this panel, in this roundtable, was the Westphalian paradox. Now, I would say, going to one of the issues that was argued by Ray as well, that in institutions, when the Westphalian Treaty was agreed in 1648, what they actually agreed was to establish institutional blocks to the development of the nation states. And that is, in my view, one of the reasons that today, with the pandemic we are experiencing, is that clearly many of these nation states cannot possibly move beyond their institutional blockages. And that's what limits their ability to collaborate and to cooperate and to pass from one to the other. So there is plenty that can be learned from these. And I hope that we will continue with
that. Igor, I think we are at 2.
Yes.
And, we could have had a whole conference on this particular stream and still not gotten to the end of it. But you have some words for us about, do we continue?
We can do two things. We can wrap it up and say that we'll have another, before tomorrow we begin with the first session. We have like 15 minutes free. So some reflection on yesterday might be improper in this 15 minutes.
Igor.
Yes.
Igor, it's Theodora.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Professor Lena and Alena Leonard and Dr. Igor Perko, and I was, just waiting all day long, to listen to this very men's club today, which I am very happy about it. And good evening and good morning and whatever to everybody. But we don't. My question is for tomorrow for all of you. I was not noticed. I didn't want to be noticed this evening or this day. But you were discussing about if the systems exist. So if system doesn't exist, then how can we talk about the system thinking and behavior? And I am challenging you, all of you. What is with this cybernetics of ours? Do you believe in it? Because, all all day long. I'm listening, things. But, there are two questions I would like to really put in your heart this day, this evening, this morning. Because we are interstellar today, which I'm proud of it, and I'm proud to be a member of WOSC. But you're a challenging system, but I am challenging you to tell me what the cybernetics of 21st century and of the WOSC really is. Thank you very much.
Elena, just before we go, can I just clarify one concept, Sean's interpretation about love? Love, particularly in the conversations of cybernetics that I'm familiar with, and Maturana's work in particular, is that love is the arises when you treat the other as a legitimate other. Their right to have a view, to participate, to have a perspective, to be in the conversation. That's the manifestation of love. And it's not to say that you have to agree with each other. In fact, I would say it's in love that makes
Professor Eisen, I disagree. Thank you. Absolutely, I disagree. And I think this is productive.
Good, okay. But
I agree with you.
I would like to make a suggestion. The issue that Theodora is raising, whether systems exist or not, is something that was open in the roundtable 1, and it wasn't sorted out. And I suggest that the discussion now is not solving this problem either. So we have to continue with more of that debate, hopefully tomorrow, and see what is that we want to pursue, because I can also see that Sean is in sometimes saying that systems people are too afraid to be firm in their views about systems, and that in a way is contrary to his view that systems is the solution for many of the problems that socially we are experiencing. So we have plenty to work there, and there is no way personally I can contribute to this in the next 5 minutes. I think it would take much longer than that.
May I add a topic for tomorrow?
Thank you, Professor Espejo. Thank you very much.
Yes, sure. You can end it. What do you want?
Slovo-Khotov, Yuri Slovo-Khotov, Moscow Institute of Control Science. I would like to stress one topic, one direction, which was only occasionally mentioned in today's discussion. I refer to Dmitry Novikov talk, which is the vice director of the institute, and to Boris Slavin. Both of them said or mentioned that there are more and more events in day-to-day life. As Boris Slavin said, the time for decision making is shrinking currently. And this is not the metaphor. This is rather acceleration of history, which is objectively observable process. The root is in atomistic nature of social events, that human-to-human interconnections are growing because of the growth of Earth population and even a faster growth of communications. And that's why we are just forced to multiply essences when we try to rationalize what is in economics and in society. And hopefully tomorrow we may discuss this very interesting topic. Thank you for your attention.
Okay.
You.
Is it okay if I try to first make a short wrap and then point to tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think Theodora threw a very juicy bone at us. Basically, can you put your money where your words are? And yes, in the end, we are all people.
Sorry, I promised to myself that I'm not going to speak today, but I just couldn't keep silent. I'm so very sorry.
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
This is the intervention that needs to be there. This is why we are here to talk. I'm really sorry we can't be in the same room, because I would prefer to be in the same room. That would make the discussion much better, much more live. But yes, we have a substitute, a digitalized one, which I'm not particularly happy about, but it's much better than having nothing. So yes, tomorrow, well, first
Igor,
one.
Igor,
Yes.
just let me, just 5 seconds. You know, nobody mentioned the fourth order of cybernetics from Professor Moulet. I'm disturbed. Thank you.
Professor Mouret was here today, and you could mention it, no problem. Now, where was I? Here I was. So basically, tomorrow we'll address, we'll go into technology, what it does to us, what it will do to us, how it will change our perspectives as human beings, as society, and try to answer some questions about how can we deal with that. So maybe Sean might be interested also in that, because today, it was always a question: are we talking cybernetics, or are we just chatting around? Can we do some changes? Yeah, well, I think that society is changing. It is changing very rapidly. It is changing much faster than we can follow, much faster than the regulators can follow. Some organizations take advantage of that, and it's really hard to develop appropriate mechanisms to fight that off. Self-organization in its primate form was very nice. We have experienced that. Frankly, we had a few years of self-organization as a system. We have done the experiment. You could ask us. You could ask Matjaž and Theodora and me, because we're part of that. But this reality which we live in right now is about to end. And it's going to change so rapidly that we will not be able to follow it. The dynamics, which I was mentioning before, is increasing in such a manner that regular people cannot cope with it. And if we can just try to do something about it, this is what I'm here for, to change something. And this is why many of us are here for, to change something. So let's see for tomorrow if we have some solutions in technology and in the very important parts, which are teaching, which are learning, which are medicine, and also economics. So, well, tomorrow I'm inviting you to be part of that discussion, and hopefully it will be produce viable results. A technical note: in the invitation you received in the email, there was an add-on with 2 links. The first link you have used was for today. The second link is for tomorrow. Okay, so just open the file and click on the second link, and we'll get together. Tatiana, Elena, anything you would like to say at the end?
Just thank you to everybody.
Yes, thank you very much. And see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you.
Have a good night.
Night.
Good night. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you soon. See you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.